Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the True Crime Cafe. It's great to have you guys back this morning. Happy Monday to you all. I hope you're having a great start to your day, guys. It is coffee and a cold case today, guys. I really appreciate you guys joining me for this. I've got two stories here that really need some attention that have not gotten much whatsoever. So please make sure you tune in. If you want to take some notes, it's worth it. They're both very interesting and definitely, like I said, need some awareness brought to them. I really appreciate you guys being here. Please make sure to hit that like button, share this out, let everybody know what we're doing in here. And Mama Bear and I will be back here with you. Let's get this show, as we always say, on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Mom Bear. Maybe. Are you there? She's playing hide and go seek. I gotta go find her. Nothing yet. Must be having connection problems. It's okay. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us this morning. I hope you guys had an amazing weekend. I hope you're all having bye. Okay, yeah, she's having connection things. She's trying to figure it out. She'll be back. I hope you're all having a great start to your week and your Monday. It is great to be back with you guys. Missed you guys. Even though I saw you yesterday morning. Today, guys, again, we're looking into a coffee and a cold case. We're talking about Miss Katherine, Katie Janess today, and another Heather Nicole Turner, another case that both need attention. Obviously, aren't getting a lot. I don't know how many of you guys have heard of either one of these cases. If you've heard of either one, put a one in the chat. If not, make it a two, please, and thank you. It is appreciated, guys. I feed them. I feed them fish. I feed them. They're getting bigger if you haven't noticed. See them? Come on in, guys. Grab your coffee. You got to have it. Grab your coffee. Get comfortable. Settle in because these are both very interesting situations. Both of them. And they need answers. They deserve answers. So, who do we have here with us today so far? Butterfly kisses in the house. Wonderful to see you. Miss Stormy, always a pleasure, dear. Tandy's in the house. She's on spring break, so we get to see her throughout the week. It's wonderful to see you, Miss Tandy. Thank you for joining us. Miss Peggy, welcome back to you. Stephen with Crime Mobsters, glad to have you back, brother. Miss Brandy B, our OG. Good to see you, Brandy. Good to have you here today. I think I got so far. Hold on. Yes, I think that. Oh, and of course, the lovely Miss Leslie and Billy in the house. Wonderful to have you here. Number one. Thank you so much for that, Leslie. We appreciate you so much. Guys, please again make sure to hit the like button. If you would, please share this out. I appreciate you so very much. Good morning to all you beautiful people. It's wonderful to see you all today. Appreciate you very much. 222. So most people haven't heard of this. And there's the problem. That's the reason why. Because a lot of these cold cases do not get airplay. They don't get news coverage. They don't get a lot. So this is why we cover these, guys. Just saying. It's wonderful to be able to do this and bring some awareness to some of these. Let's see. Hold on a minute here. All right, I think I got that there. Chris, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you. Thank you, by the way, again for dropping that link. I think you sent it to me too, to Mama Bear about the Olympic skier that we covered in Mama Bear's case yesterday. Really interesting story. About 4 days ago, I did, Tandy. I cut my hair, I think Thursday. But yeah, it was a great story, Chris. Thank you for handing that over to Mama Bear. I guess Mama Bear is having connection problems, so she may not be up here with us. Let's see. Come on in, everybody. Again, share this out if you will. And yes, it's a great question. Stormy, did you eat? You better be eating. You got to eat. You got to try to. I know that medicine's been killing you, but you got to try to eat. You got to stay healthy. I look dapper. Well, thank you, dear. That's new. I guess that's better than not looking dapper, right? Yes, I see that, Chris. I see that. Thank you, sir. Very much appreciated. I think you sent me. Hold on. Oh, okay. This is a different one. I gotta fix my Facebook stuff, guys. I really do. Thank you, Chris, for sending that over, my friend. I appreciate it so very much. Very much appreciated. Let's see here. Show. Okay. Bear with me, guys. I'm just looking at some stuff while we're waiting for some peeps to pop in here, making sure we have everybody in here. Arctic isn't feeling well today. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I hope he gets better. Hey, Miss Brandy B. Good to see you, dear. I'll have to send wishes to him. Let's see. One moment. Yes, sir. B. Good morning. Thank you for joining us today. And the sassy ones in the house. Hello, Miss Cassie girl. Good to see you. Great to have you all here with us. 16 people in the house. And we have 11 likes. Let's see if we can make that match, guys. Share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing in here. It is coffee and a cold case day. And I got two very interesting ones to put out that definitely need some awareness brought to them. So I appreciate you guys being here for it. Yeah, busy weekend, Miss Cass. It's like, since when is it? When you start Monday off for the week, that's better. That's more of a vacation than the weekend is for people sometimes. I've been there, that's for sure. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see. Yeah, Arctic is definitely not feeling good. I just checked up on him. So, guys, please keep him in your thoughts and prayers. He's not doing real good this morning. Taking a day off, resting up. He'll be all right tomorrow, I hope. Like I said, always keep in. We gotta lift each other up, support each other, keep each other in each other's thoughts and prayers. Make sure we're all healthy and happy. That's all. Thank you for the insight, Miss Tandy and Arctic. If you can hear me, bud, rest up, get better, and hope the best for you for the rest of the day. You know what he's going through. That stuff is not fun. All right. So, do we have any updates on Dane that anybody? I know SRB's been following that really close. I haven't seen anything as of yet. Um, Chris says, "I'm honored to be a friend," and Chris, I am honored to call you a friend. I'm honored to be here with all of you guys. You guys are amazing, and I appreciate that, Chris. I know, Sass. That's why I was saying it's just the seasons changing like they are doesn't help either, and all the weird weather and stuff. So this is not fun. So rest up, brother. We'll be thinking of you and get yourself better and back on your feet. And it's gonna kill him too because he doesn't like taking days off. He's always so busy. He's always got stuff to do. You need to do it, and I hope you're feeling better soon. I haven't either. I haven't seen any new updates on Dane. Yes, Stephen, as are you, my friend. You are definitely a friend. All of you are. This is my community, my family, my friends. I love you guys. If I didn't come in here and do this every day, at least once, I wouldn't function right, guys. This is like therapy for me, and I love it. I love being able to talk to you guys every single day. When I don't see you guys or some of you guys, I get nervous. So it is great that you're here. All right. We got 18 people in the house, 12 likes. You guys are awesome. Appreciate you guys so very much. Let's see. Oh, you don't bother me, Sassy. It's all fun and games. I promise you've never, ever, ever lifted. Well, maybe once, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It was not bad. It's okay. It's okay. I don't think anybody in here has ever gotten my blood pressure up to be like a real problem ever. Those people are no longer here and haven't been for a long, long time. Like I said, you try, it just doesn't work. It's okay. I have 7 children, so I have a couple of you in my crew here. In fact, my youngest daughter is a lot like you, Darian. Oh my God, you and Darian you probably love each other. You're so much alike. It's not even funny. It is crazy the things you say, the insinuations you make, and all the way that you make fun of certain things and stuff. You guys are almost identical. The two of you meeting is like a scary thing to me because you love each other. I'm telling you right now. Right. Cassie raising someone's BP? What? Never. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, folks. We're lucky in this effect because Cassie can say whatever she wants, but her mom's right here with us, so she can tell us the truth. And she has many a times. We know how Miss Cassie is. That's what we love about her. Oh Lord. Now we have them telling stories to each other. Now Stormy's saying she's a saint. Cassie's an angel. Stormy's a saint. Well, we should be blessed in here. That sounds chaotic. Do not let. That's what I'm saying. They're almost identical, SRB. It's crazy. It freaks me out sometimes because they actually say some of the same things about certain situations. And it's like, wait a minute. Where have I heard that before? Where have I heard that before? Yeah, definite. Yeah, it would be immensely chaotic. I'll be honest with you. Captain Jenks in the house. What's up, brother? Good to see you. Yes, blessings on blessings. This is very blessed. We have a saint and an angel in here. Yeah, they've been running the river. I have not seen anything in regards to uh anything new yet. Mama Bear's link is pinned in the chat. She's not up here, but I would still like you guys to check it out. Like her new video from yesterday that we did about the Olympian that has turned drug kingpin. Very interesting story we covered. Yo, it's a Lisa Joe. Good morning, Lisa. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Miss Paula's in the house. Good morning to you, Miss Paula. Wonderful to have you here. Great. Now we have Cass the Angel and Stormy the Saint. Right? Right. We're all blessed in here, aren't we now? Now all we got to do is bring Mikey in here to tune it up in the back end because Mikey's yeah, Mr. Innocent himself. Jesus never fails. He never fails. All right, guys, hang on 1 second. We are getting All right. I hope you guys got your coffee refill. Sorry about that. That was the Mrs. the boss lady. And she says hello and thank you all for being here today. As always. Sorry about that, you guys. Welcome in, everybody. 17 peeps in the house. 17 likes. We're on point, guys. Again, like I said, we're looking into the Katherine Janess, or Katherine Katie Janess, I should say, and Heather Nicole Turner today. Both very interesting and definitely need some awareness brought to them. That being said, I'm going to see here what we can do first and foremost. I'm going to share some of some missing posters. Thank you again to Arctic for putting these out like he does. Not too many of them, but he does a great job with these. So everybody, if you would, please make sure that you're subscribed to Arctic Fox True Crime. He does amazing things over there, guys. And there's so much more than what I show and what we have showed here that he does over there. Excuse me. I do too, Cassie. I do it so often. There is his link, guys. Please make sure to do that. Tom Petty. Wow. That's a blast. From the past. I used to love Tom Petty, Cap. No coffee, huh? You can do both. I do both. But I get it. Where's our tomboy at? Is she still sleeping or is she connected to that sewing machine already? Critical's in the house. Welcome, Critical Mind. Says it's National Landline Day, huh? That's a new one. They have a day for everything, you guys. It's crazy. All right. Let's see what we got here. 1 second. Again, if you guys have not yet subscribed to Arctic Fox True Crime, please do that. Hit the notification bell so you don't miss anything. Arctic has been doing lives now on the weekends. He also puts out great premieres throughout the week, as well as his shorts that he puts out that we share as well. So he does some great things over there. And I appreciate what he does so very much. Is Tomboy here now? There she is. What? I was just saying, looking for you. I has a job to recruit. You has. Okay. Well, I don't know what you're doing there, Miss Lisa, but okay. Thank you for being here. All right, guys, let's start these off. Get these going here. See if we can get these spaces out there and hopefully help to bring some of these people home. First one we have here is I'm going to see if I say it right. Sudisha Kanaki. Yes, I think that might be right, but I think I just slaughtered it. I'm sorry. I'll let Arctic do it because he does it so much better. Here we go.
What is going on, guys? This is Arctic Fox. Welcome back to the channel. Today we have a very
Also, let me know if the audio is okay, guys. If not, I will fix it.
very scary and disturbing case going on, and I'm going to do my very best with this young lady's name. She's 20 years old. Her name is Sudiksha Konanki. She's a college student who has gone missing abroad. Sudiksha is a 20-year-old junior at the University of Pittsburgh, and she's been missing since the 6th of March after disappearing during a spring break trip to Punta Cana, Dominican Republic. She was last seen at around 4:50 a.m. walking along the beach at the Rio Republica Resort. Sudiksha is 5'3" tall with black hair and brown eyes. At the time of her disappearance, she was wearing a brown bikini, large round earrings, a metal anklet on her right leg, yellow and steel bracelets on her right hand, and a multicolored beaded bracelet on her left hand. Sudiksha was traveling with 6 other female students from the University of Pittsburgh. Search efforts have involved local authorities, the Dominican Civil Defense, and the Embassy of India. But as of the 9th of March, there have been no confirmed sightings. Her family, as you can well imagine, is very concerned for Sudiksha's safety and well-being. Anyone with information on Sudiksha's whereabouts is asked to contact the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office at 703-777-1021 or the local Dominican Republican authorities at 829-618-7635. Let's get her face out there, guys. This is an alarming situation, and we need to get her broadcast all over social media.
Okay, so this next one, it looks like is Unalina Cauchi. This is out of Anchorage, Alaska. This is an indigenous woman. Last seen March 3rd of 2025. She's 27 years old, 5'7", and 200 pounds. Unalina was last contacted on March 3rd of 25. There is a concern for her safety. She was last seen wearing a gray sweater and sweatpants with black slip-on shoes. She is described to have a brown hair and brown eyes. If anybody has any information on the whereabouts of Unalina, please contact the Anchorage Police Department at 907-786-8900, case number 25-7037. Thank you again, Arctic, for putting these up. We have Jeffrey Farrell out of Holiday, Florida, March 7th, 2025. Jeffrey's 42 years old, 5'11", 195 pounds. And again, some of these may have been found, hopefully, guys. And if they have, and I'm still talking about it, my apologies. I will find the updates on, or I'll get the updates on them at some point and let you know. Jeffrey Farrell was last seen on March 7th of 2025 around noon in the Phoenix Avenue area of Holiday, Florida. He's last seen wearing a blue hoodie and Nike pants, maybe driving a black and teal electric bicycle. He is described to have blonde hair and brown eyes. If anybody has any information on the whereabouts of Jeffrey Farrell, please contact the Pasco County Sheriff's Office at 727-847-8102, and please hit option 7. Next up, we have Athena and Mateo out of Sacramento, California. Last seen July 8th of 2024. Athena now is 4, I think. Officers went to their home on Didcot Circle at approximately 7:30 p.m. for a medical call. When they arrived, they found their mother deceased, and the children and children's father could not be located. The children are identified as 4-year-old Athena Lee and 2-year-old Mateo Lee. Okay, so Athena was 4 and Mateo was 2. I'm sorry, guys. Cameron Lee, 38, is the father. Cameron is believed to be driving a gray 2023 Honda Passport with California license plate that reads 9J US 091. If you have any information as to where Athena and Mateo are and or their father, please reach out. It's been over a year, guys, so let's see if we can do something with this. Contact Sacramento Police Department with any information at 916-808-5471. Next.
What is going on, guys? This is Arctic Fox. Welcome back to the channel. Today we are looking at the missing persons case of 14-year-old Casey Felver, who is missing out of Marion, Indiana. Casey is 5'4" tall and weighs 120 pounds with red hair and blue eyes. The Marion Police Department is asking for the public's help in locating the missing teenager. Casey was last seen on Gallatin Street in Marion, Indiana on the 6th of March, 2025 at around 9 p.m. Casey's family is extremely concerned for her safety and her well-being. It is unknown what Casey was wearing at the time of her disappearance, and her direction of travel is also currently unknown. Anyone who has any information on Casey or her whereabouts is asked to contact the Marion Police Department at 765-662-9981. What is going on, guys? This is Arctic Fox. Welcome back to the channel. Today we are looking at the missing persons case of 17-year-old Haley Moore, who is missing out of Meridian, Idaho. Haley is 5'3" tall with blonde hair and blue eyes. The Meridian Police Department is asking for the public's help in locating the missing teenager. Haley was last seen in Meridian near West Pine Avenue and 7th Street on the 2nd of March, 2025 at around 9 p.m. Haley has a tattoo of Jack Skellington on her right inner wrist. It is unknown what Haley was wearing at the time of her disappearance, and her direction of travel is also currently unknown. Her family and friends are very concerned for Haley's safety and her well-being. Anyone that has any information on Haley or her whereabouts is asked to get in contact with the Meridian Police Department at 208-377-6790. What is going on, guys? This is Arctic Fox. Welcome back to the channel. Today we are looking at the missing persons case of 84-year-old Dolores Sakamoto and her daughter, 64-year-old Vivian Luna, who are missing out of Chico, California. Dolores is 4 foot 9 inches tall and weighs 120 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. Vivian is 4 foot 10 inches tall and weighs 110 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. They are believed to possibly be traveling in a 1996 Lexus ES 300 with California plate number 6KSP061. There is currently a $10,000 reward being offered for their return. They have been missing since the 21st of July, 2024, and their family is extremely concerned for their safety and their well-being. Anyone that has any information on this mother and daughter is asked to contact the Butte County Sheriff's Office at 530-538-7322. What is going on, guys? This is Arctic Fox. Welcome back to the channel. Today we are looking at the missing persons case of 20-year-old Luke Weuenberg, who is missing out of Peoria, Arizona. Luke is 5 foot 11 inches tall and weighs 130 pounds with brown hair and blue eyes. The Peoria Police Department is asking for the public's help in locating the missing man. Luke was last seen on the afternoon of the 8th of March, 2025 at around 2:45 p.m. when he left his home near 126th Avenue and North Westland Road in Peoria, Arizona. It is believed that Luke drove to go hiking a few miles from his residence. His vehicle was later found a few miles west of his home near a deserted area, or near a desert area, I should say. Luke was last seen wearing a black graphic t-shirt, black gym shorts, black socks, black shoes, and a dark-colored backpack. He was also carrying a hydro flask water jug. His family is extremely concerned for his safety and his well-being. Anyone that has any information on Luke or his whereabouts is asked to contact the Peoria Police Department at 623-773-8311. What is going on, guys? This is Arctic Fox. Welcome back to the channel. Today we are looking at the missing persons case of 19-year-old Jenna Marie Brocado, who is missing out of Jacksonville, Florida. Jenna is 5 foot 2 inches tall and weighs between 135 and 140 pounds. She is a member of the Muskogee Nation tribe of Oklahoma. Jenna was last in contact with her family on the 5th of March, 2025 by phone. She currently resides in Jacksonville. However, she stays in constant contact with her mother in Oklahoma. The last phone conversation that they had was a video call, which caused concern because there was a male individual in the background asking if Jenna was getting his money. It is uncertain on what Jenna was wearing, and she does have both of her ears pierced as well as her nose. She has a tattoo on her left chest area, and it is unlike Jenna not to answer the phone when family calls. When the family calls, it's going straight to voicemail. Anyone that has any information on Jenna or her whereabouts is asked to get in contact with the Jacksonville Police Department at 904-630-7600. What is going on, guys? This is Arctic Fox. Welcome back to the channel. Today we are looking at the missing persons case of 58-year-old Angela Baduna, who is missing out of Braxton County, West Virginia. Angela is 5 foot 2 inches tall and weighs 140 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. The West Virginia State Police are asking for the public's help in locating the missing woman. Angela was reported missing from Braxton County, West Virginia. Her family members last saw Angela at the beginning of February 2025 in Sutton, West Virginia. She may be traveling between Braxton County and Randolph County. Unfortunately, it is unknown what Angela was wearing at the time of her disappearance. Anyone that has any information on Angela or her whereabouts is asked to get in contact with the West Virginia State Police at 304-765-2101. What is going on, guys? This is Arctic Fox. Welcome back to the channel. Today we are looking at the missing persons case of 61-year-old Robert Norris, who is missing out of Prince George's, Maryland. Robert is 6'2" tall and weighs 195 pounds with gray hair. Robert went missing shortly after leaving his daughter's house. He was on his way to a friend's to watch a fight, but he never arrived. His truck was last pinged traveling up and down Allentown Road in Washington, D.C., and he was last seen wearing a black shirt and blue jeans. The truck he was driving was found in a Camp Springs gas station. Anyone with information on Robert or his whereabouts is asked to get in contact with the Prince George's Police Department at 301 780 8500.
Sorry about that. It cut it off at the end. We did that one yesterday too, I think. All right. Well, thank you again, Arctic Fox, for putting those out. As always, brother, very great, an amazing job he does with all that stuff, guys. And again, please don't forget to check out his channel. The link is in the chat here, as well as the Doodlebug, A4RC, a real advocate for change. Please go check her out as well. Her link is here as well. And our lovely and amazing Mama Bear, whose link is pinned in the chat. Please and thank you guys. I appreciate that also very much. You guys are amazing. So, again, thank you guys for being here with us. Let me get this loaded up, guys. Sorry. 1 second here. Appreciate you guys being here today. Um, all right, sorry, guys. My son just walked in the door. Okay, hold on a minute. 1 second. All right, 1 moment. I'm going to start off with the presser from when Katie went missing. I'll give you guys that for the starting point, and we'll go from there. I got quite a bit we can look at through this. It's very interesting, guys. So thank you again for being here for this. And it definitely, in my opinion, needs some airplay. Okay, hold on here. Okay, let's see where their audio is. Hang on.
Build rapport with the families.
Here we go. It didn't cut in too early or after.
These detectives.
Here we go.
They spend countless hours. They build rapport with the families, and when they struggle to bring closure, it weighs on them. But you know, we can't do alone, as I stated before. So we ask the citizens of Atlanta, if you know anything about the 2 cases we're going to highlight, we ask you that you reach out to the homicide unit. But you also reach out to Crime Stoppers where you can remain anonymous. We feel that people were around these 2 incidents. We believe that people know, have key information. And so we're asking people to do the right thing and to come forward and provide us additional information so we can bring closure to these investigations. So I'm going to bring up our homicide commander, Lieutenant Jermaine Dearlove. He'll specifically talk about the two cases, and then we'll have some questions at the end. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. My name is Lieutenant Dearlove, Commander for the Homicide Unit. We're here today to discuss two case updates for active homicide investigations and also request public assistance with identifying suspects involved in these incidents. The first case I would like to speak about occurred on August 31st, 2022 at 329 14th Street. The victim in this case is Mr. Prince Olazar, 30.
Okay, hold on, guys. I'm gonna have to skip through. I thought they would drop her first, but I guess not. Okay. One moment. Hold on.
Unknown. Miss Janess was stabbed, white female. Our victim is Miss July 28th, 2021 at Piedmont, involved in these cases. The second case I would like to move on to occurred on July 28th, 2021 at Piedmont Park. Our victim is Miss Katie Janess, 40-year-old white female. The suspect at this time is unknown. Miss Janess was stabbed several times while walking in the park. Investigator Churchill is our lead investigator. He was our lead investigator from day one, has worked diligently and thoroughly. Throughout the years, he's conducted numerous interviews for this case and also employed other.
Welcome, Phil. Good morning. Wonderful to see you. You know, I've been thinking it could be weather or stormy weather. The stormy weather show, channel title or song. Gears are grinding. Oh, okay. Well, welcome, Phil. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. It's great to have you here today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Other investigative methods. We're working with our local and federal partners as well. Once again, the tips that we received are vetted and checked thoroughly. So we're asking the community, you may not even been in the park that night, but if you've heard or saw anything that seems suspicious, just off, please notify us. We will check and confirm every tip. Nothing is too small. A lot of times we'll think we'll hear something and try to disregard it, but it's our gut feeling that we have to go off of when we're providing tips for us. Let us investigate these tips and we'll determine whether it's verified or something that's not substantiated from the case. So if you see something, say something, but also share it as well with us. And once again, we're requesting with the community support, and you can notify Crime Stoppers at 404-577-TIPS. And once again, our lead investigator is Investigator Churchill. Thank you.
We'll entertain questions. Can you talk a little bit about the kind of suspect you are searching for in the Piedmont stabbing case? What is their profile, do you think?
We have conducted several interviews for this case. What we're trying to figure out, it seems senseless to me. It was a senseless incident. We've cast a wide net from looking into our victim's background and also looking into other profiles of.
Katie's case is very sad, by the way, because not only did they murder her, but they killed her dog. She had a beautiful dog that she was walking, and the dog was murdered as well and found in a garbage bag in the park, guys. And Katie was found just feet away from the dog. It's disgusting and sad to me. And the waste that Katie was found is horrible. And by who she was found, it's just horrifying. You'll find out. So this is just very sad to me.
Persons that may or may not be capable of committing these crimes. But what's more important is we have a wide net. We're not just alluding to one specific person. We don't want a narrow view for this case. We want to open up other avenues. If you have a narrow view of one specific person for this investigation, you may.
It is, Stormy. It's absolutely awful. It's horrible enough that a person's life was taken, but what did the dog do to you? You know, like, well, what did the person do to you to begin with? But this is just, it's awful. It's awful. It's just awful all the way around. You know, it's horrifying to hear that people do these things.
Miss out on others. So as we continue with the investigation, which will be thorough, we're going to just keep a wide net until we could zero in and develop additional evidence as well.
After 2 years, do you think that the suspect knew the victim? I mean, it seemed random at the time, and we haven't really had anything like that since. At this point, do y'all think there was a connection between the suspect and victim, or do you think it was random?
Well, for me, you said 2 years passed. We're still solving cases that occurred 3, 4, 5 years ago. So what matters is the effort and determination that's being put into this case for our community. It's the expectation for our community to lead a thorough and diligent investigation. That's what Investigator Churchill is doing right now, not letting anything go and continuing to follow up on every possible lead for this case.
But to that point, do you believe the killer knew Katie?
I can't say at this point. I can't say at this point.
You talked about pouring through interviews, evidence. How many hours have investigators put into Katie Janess's case?
Oh, Investigator Churchill?
We worked on this case since day one. Every week we're working on this case. So since 2 years ago to now.
Okay, so now that just hold on a minute. I want to jump to the other stuff I have with this too. One moment here. There's one moment here.
At noon, a violent killing is now back in the spotlight 2 years later.
Yeah, July 28th, 2021, Katie Janess was found stabbed to death inside Piedmont Park. In the last 30 minutes here, Atlanta police unfolding new details in her brutal murder case. Atlanta News First reporter Zach Summers is live for us outside Atlanta Public Safety Headquarters. And Zach, still many little answers here in this right now, right?
Yeah, I think so many are hoping for new details, but what we got was really the same frustrations we've heard from investigators now for the second year in a row. They want to solve this case like any other homicide here in the city. Atlanta police telling us they don't consider Katie Janess's murder a cold case at this point because they continue to receive tips weekly. Nonetheless, they still have yet to name a suspect. Katie and her dog, Bowie, were found dead near the entrance of Piedmont Park 2 years ago today. An autopsy revealed the 40-year-old was stabbed more than 50 times and the letters F-A-T were carved into her chest. Investigators say they've conducted numerous interviews and continue to work with the FBI to solve the case. They would not share if Katie knew her killer or not.
What's more important is we have a wide net. We're not just alluding to one specific person. We don't want a narrow view for this case. We want to open up other avenues. If you have a narrow view of one specific person for this investigation,
it kind of gives off a little bit of a hate crime feeling to it. And you'll see why I'm saying that. Well, the fact that they carved the word fat, F-A-T, into the body, first, beyond the fact that it's disgusting and sickening, there's that. And then there's another bit of information that leads me to believe it was possibly a hate crime too. So, and you'll see.
You may miss out on others.
Now, Atlanta police discussed a second murder they're working to solve. It involves this silver sedan. Last August, 38-year-old Prince Alazar was shot and killed outside the BP gas station on 14th Street near Atlantic. He was trying to stop a group from stealing his car. Investigators say that silver sedan has a noticeable dent on the side of the vehicle. Now, investigators say
Okay, we're not covering that one right now, so we got to keep on track with her. All right, let's see here. Sorry, you guys. All right, one moment. Now they're also related this to matching up kind of to an older cold case that happened. It's got a lot of the same a lot of the same feeling to it, I guess you could say.
On Park stabbing may no longer be at the top of the headlines, but Atlanta police investigators have not slowed down in their efforts to catch the killer. Police sources say what happened to Katie Janess is similar to a decades-old murder of a woman also in Atlanta. Fox 5's Morse Diggs has the details tonight.
Yeah, I have, Lacey. Long time ago, I think I looked into the Martin family disappearance, which because of the updates recently, I could definitely recover that and revisit that one again, just because. So yeah, absolutely. And it's definitely a wild situation after how many years now, you know what I mean? So yeah, we can revisit that for sure, Lacey.
What's happening with the Piedmont Park killing probe? Well, detectives are going to some extraordinary lengths to try and catch a killer. And I'm going to tell you about one thing the killer did to Katie Janess that detectives can factor in as a potential motive. Katie Janess wasn't simply murdered. Police have called it an overkill.
It's a gruesome scene.
The Atlanta resident was stabbed by someone multiple times on July 28th. It went beyond even that, and police immediately could see the killer's actions were bizarre. The suspect used an instrument to carve a word on Janess's body. We know, but will not disclose the message.
There are things that only the individual or individuals responsible for this know. This is very important when we apprehend them.
I investigated a case of a woman killed in 1994. So 10 years later, I reopened the case. And this is a case where a woman was brutally murdered.
He is retired APD homicide detective Vince Velasquez. In this East Atlanta neighborhood, Flat Shows near the railroad tracks is where another female's body was located way back in 1994.
This particular perpetrator also, with a knife, left a message by cutting on this victim's face.
The victim was left with a V on her forehead, her first name, Valerie. Velasquez says the similarities are striking. That assailant, who today is in prison, suffered from mental illness and evidently had a hatred for women. APD is continuing its public silence on where they are with the investigation, but I can tell you they are throwing everything they can think of into it, wanting to try and prevent the killer from striking again and not wanting the public reaction, especially out here in Midtown, should that happen. I'm Morse Diggs, Fox 5 News.
Oh, let's see here. Hold on. Sorry, you guys. This thing's being slow again today. I'm sorry. Hold on a minute here. All right, we're gonna jump over to another video. Bama Mike put out. It'll give it to me. Here we go. Hold on. About this, where he actually goes to the park too and does a walk around. One moment. Okay. This only seems to be with my downloads. This is crazy. Hold on, you guys. It's coming up now.
One of the things.
All right, here we go. Again, my apologies for the delay on this. So sorry. There's the mama bear. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't know what's going on today and recently.
One of the things that comes along with living in a big city like Atlanta is the crime. I don't know what causes it, and I don't know what to do to stop it. But over the last few years, crime rates in Atlanta have skyrocketed. Homicides in the city of Atlanta are up 50%. Sexual assaults, and I specifically looked up rapes here, it's up a whopping 236%. And then small crimes like theft, auto theft, those type things, they were up astronomical numbers from numbers that were taken prior to the COVID-19 outbreak and everything shutting down in the city. Crime is a major problem here in Atlanta, and I assume it is as well in a lot of big cities like New York and places like that. Today, I have come to downtown Atlanta, and I'm going to be covering a story that's heinous and sadistic, and on top of that, it's still unsolved. It's been a year and a half since this happened, since the story I'm telling today happened, and law enforcement has no leads, no suspects, and seemingly no hope of solving this case. Today I'm at Piedmont Park here in Atlanta. This place is absolutely beautiful, great views of the city. It's a cool fall day here in Georgia. This is the murder of Katherine Janess and her dog, Bowie. The story I'm telling today has all of the outward appearances of being a hate crime. As I get into the details of this story, you will understand why I say this, because it's very clear to me that a normal person did not commit this vile act. 40-year-old Katherine Janess, or Katie as she was called, and her partner, Emma Clark, they lived together for about 7 years. The two of them had a nice place near here, and they lived together with their fur baby, a pit bull named Bowie. Late in the evening on July the 28th of 2021, it was dark outside, and Bowie was signaling to Katie that he wanted to go potty. Now, Emma, she was at work at this time. She worked at a restaurant near here, and she was working the closing shift that night, which left Katie and Bowie at home by themselves. So Bowie's signaling to Katie that he wants to go potty, and Katie shoots Emma a text letting her know exactly what was happening, that she was taking Bowie out for a walk to go potty. So Katie, she gets dressed to go out for an evening walk with Bowie, and she puts his leash on him, and they walk from their house over here to Piedmont Park to not only allow Bowie to go potty, but to also so Katie could get some exercise at the same time. Now, after the events of this story, law enforcement released a surveillance picture where you can actually see Katie and Bowie walking right across the street here. You can see the rainbow colors on the road underneath her as she walks across. In fact, if you look at that picture, it looks like it was taken from right over there on that side, because you can make out that light pole over there behind them. Now, we know that Katie and Bowie would have walked
towards the park, walking down the street right here where I'm walking in this direction. But unfortunately, the security cameras in the area were not functioning, and law enforcement never had them repaired. They left them up just to give an appearance that there was cameras to try to deter crime, but we learned after the fact that they actually didn't work. Now, several hours later, it was after midnight, Emma gets off of work and she goes home, and no one's there, to her surprise. Emma quickly started to become worried because Katie and Bowie had been gone for hours and neither one of them had come back, and they should have been back long before she got off. So Emma tries to text and she tries to call Katie, and she gets no answer. So she's starting to get really concerned, and she uses a tracker app on her phone. I think I read somewhere where it was the Find My iPhone app, but it was something like that, a tracker app like that. She opens up the app and she checks, and she very quickly gets a location where Katie's phone is. And it's showing that it's still in Piedmont Park, but it's not moving. Emma's obviously panicking at this point, thinking that something's gone wrong. So she quickly gets dressed to head over to the park, and she starts walking this way. It was right around 1 a.m. when Emma made it to this entrance right here at Piedmont Park. She notices up ahead, a few feet past the gate, that Bowie is just laying on the ground, not moving, and he's all by himself. As Emma gets closer to Bowie, she is able to look at his face, and she notices that he has cuts, deep cuts in his face in the shape of an X right across the front of his face. It only took a few seconds, and she quickly notices that Bowie isn't breathing, and his throat had also been cut. Now, I imagine from this point, Emma starts freaking out. She had just found her beloved pet murdered laying in the park, and her partner, Katie, isn't anywhere around. She's nowhere to be found. She's also in a bigger dilemma at this point because she doesn't want to leave Bowie, but she can't find her partner. So she wants to get up and go find her partner, but she also doesn't want to leave Bowie laying there. I don't know this for a fact, but I get the impression that Emma is a dog person. And if you're like me, a dog person, I would be devastated if something ever happened to my dog, Bella. And I just can't imagine what she went through. I'm sure she was heartbroken, and she was devastated over finding her beloved family pet laying there murdered. But then at the same time, she has no clue where her partner is. Emma reluctantly leaves Bowie laying there for a moment, and she continues walking further into the park, only a few more feet. And Emma, unfortunately, stumbles across a grisly and brutal crime scene, one that none of us could ever imagine seeing. And to make matters worse, Emma instantly knew, despite the variables here that we're going to talk about in a moment, but Emma instantly knew that this horrific crime scene that she had just discovered was that of the person that she loved. Emma had just discovered the deceased and disfigured human remains of her partner, Katherine Janess. Emma finds Katie. She's laying off over here on the side of the path in this wooded area. Her shirt is pulled up, and her pants and her underwear are pulled down around her ankles, and she's been mutilated. There's stab wounds all over her body. It's just horrible, absolutely horrible that someone could do something like this to another human being. Now, as you can imagine, anyone would be upset finding a scene like this, but this was her other half. This was Emma's other half. Emma was obviously distraught, and somehow, while she's frantically screaming, she somehow manages to call 911.
911, operator 7959. What's the address to your emergency?
Sir, I'm at the entrance of Piedmont Park.
Can you imagine that? I can't even fathom what Emma went through. Going to look for your spouse, your loved ones, your dog, your spouse, and you walk up on this scene. I could not imagine. I've worked in EMS and first responder, been a first responder and things like that, and I could not imagine walking up on this, what this poor woman has gone through. I can't. This is horrifying to me. It's absolutely horrifying and beyond sad. It is so sad. So I probably should have threw up a trigger warning on this one, you guys, because it's just this will hit your heart in a bad way. So, just saying, it is absolutely Tandy. It's beyond sad, hun. I agree.
Was searching for my girlfriend's purse because I couldn't find her. She said she's here at Piedmont Park. Please help.
You said somebody's dead at Piedmont Park?
Yes, sir. Please send help. Please.
All right, yes, ma'am. I'm going to send help to you.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Very quickly, investigators with the Fulton County Sheriff's Department and the Atlanta Police Department race here to Piedmont Park, and they tape off the area, and they begin trying to figure out what happened. The scene and the state that Katie Janess was left in was unlike anything any of the officers had ever seen before. You have to be some really sick person to do this to another human, and they knew this right away. The first thing they do is canvass the park, looking for witnesses, and they look for any surveillance footage they can find, which is how they got the image of Katie and Bowie walking across the rainbow-painted crosswalk. But like I said earlier, most of the cameras in the area did not work. They were old and they were outdated, and they could not match up to current day software. But the Atlanta Police Department just left them there, even though they weren't working. And it was so that criminals would think that there were working cameras there, and the police department thought that hopefully this would deter crime from happening. But like I said, they didn't work. There is one camera that points directly at the front gate. It did not catch the assault, but it did catch a few people who were coming in and out of the park. At one point in time, there were like 3 kids together coming in and out. And another time there was a male who appeared to be jogging that came out through the gate. So police quickly went to news agencies and social media, and they posted screenshots of these people, and they asked for them to come forward so they could talk to them. Now, in the following days after the attack, law enforcement officials gave press conferences and they talked to news agencies, but they never identified any suspects or offered up any leads to who may have done this. A few weeks after the assault on Katie, her autopsy report was released to the world, and it showed just how gruesome this crime really was. Now, we know that when Katie was found, her pants and underwear were down around her ankles and her shirt was pulled up, exposing her chest. Law enforcement has not released any information on the sexual assault test that was performed. The autopsy does not show any information about the sexual assault either, but most people will infer from that that's probably what happened here. Well, it's probably what caused the sick individual to go after Katie in the first place. He was probably in the park stalking her. Then more than likely, when she least expected it, he snuck up behind her and somehow managed to get Bowie out of the question, and then proceeded to subdue Katie and then conduct this horrible, vile crime on her. Now, the next part of this story is going to be kind of hard to hear. So if you have a squeamish stomach, I would kind of fast forward a little bit here. I will put a time up here on the screen for you to fast forward to after I've gotten done editing this, and I'm posting it on YouTube for you guys to see. For those of you who are still here, Katie's autopsy showed that she had been stabbed with a knife more than 30 different times. 15 of those stab wounds were directly in her face and neck area, and then 25 of those stab wounds were in her back. 14 of the stab wounds in her back were all
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free.
in like one spot. She had a tattoo, and the killer, it was like he just kept stabbing that tattoo over and over and over again, 14 different times. Katie's shirt was pulled up, as I said, exposing her chest area, and the killer also carved deep lacerations around her breast, which exposed some of the tissue underneath. Then the sick bastard carved the letters F-A-T, F-A-T, across her stomach, just across her stomach. He carved the letters fat across her stomach. This is sick. Why would someone do something like this? To first not only assault her, but then to carve her up like this, it's absolutely sickening. It's been a year now, a little bit over a year and 3 months since Katherine Janess and her beloved pet Bowie were found laying here.
I don't know if it's so much somebody that knows her personally or if it's somebody that knows about her and maybe her spouse. You know what I mean? Or her partner. I don't know. I've thought about both sides of that. Is it somebody that did know her personally? Is it somebody that knew her before? You know what I mean? I don't know, you guys. This one's rough. But the carving of the words on her body is just really, really that's harsh, guys. That's craziness. Yeah, or like, yes, a complete total psychopath. It does. It absolutely does. That's why I brought you guys this one, because this is insane. And like I said, for Emma to have found her, that's just wow. You know what I mean? 50 plus times, guys. This was like angst, very angry, just nasty. Crazy to me. It could have been, Steven. It could have definitely been targeted for specific reasons. That's why I said I kind of get a little bit of a hate crime feel from this too, in some senses, for two possible options. You know what I mean? Insert the letters GGO in between. Oh, gotcha. I see what you're saying. Well, and again, you know, LGBTQ people have been through so much shit. They still go through it. It's crazy. If anybody saw them together walking in that park, possibly, maybe holding hands, so on and so forth, and somebody, there's a lot of people out there that have hatred for this, okay? And yeah, I see what you're saying too, Tomboy. But they still hate against these people. This is ridiculous, guys. It's 2025. Get the fuck over yourself. Worry about your own and leave people alone, for Christ's sakes. I'm just sick of seeing this stuff. These were happy people. They had a beautiful family here together. And just because you can't get over a feeling you have or a bother that gets in your head for some psychotic bullshit reason, if maybe your idiotic parents raised you with or something like that, you have to destroy somebody's life. Makes me sick. It makes me sick. So I have feelings on this as to how or why, I should say. I don't know that it's somebody. It could be somebody that was in their life or her life maybe beforehand. But I have more of a feeling it's somebody that knows of them, not per se that knows them personally. You know what I'm saying? No. It's possible too. That's possible too, Critical. That's something else that made me wonder about the possibility of knowing, or somebody that was maybe that walked through the park on a regular basis too, that maybe they saw on a regular basis, therefore the dog may be comfortable with, you know, because a pit bull, you're right, unless the pit bull attacked and that's why the pit bull is deceased. I don't know. There's a couple different theories I have on this one, but this one definitely needed to get some airplay. Arctic, what's up, brother? Good to see you. I hope you're feeling okay. Are you familiar with this case, Arctic, by any means whatsoever? But yeah, this one bugs the hell out of me, guys. It reads hate crime to me at one point, and on the other side of it, it could just be a psychopath that decided to pick and choose at random somebody they wanted to go after. But yeah, this one bugs me, and it definitely has not gotten anywhere near, in my opinion at least, enough airplay. It does. It really truly does to me too, Tomboy. For a couple different reasons.
At Piedmont Park, and to date, no one has been arrested, no one has been charged. Police have not even said that they even have a person of interest or any leads to follow.
That's what bothers me, guys. There's nobody that they've even looked at, and that scares me. That's a scary thought, because think about that. That means that this person that did this is still out there bouncing around, and very possibly is going to do this again. Will do this again at some point. It bugs the shit out of me. It scares me.
In this case, the Atlanta Police Department did come out and say that they believe Katherine may have knew her killer because of the way that this happened, that it seemed to be very personal. Maybe it was someone that she rejected at some point, or maybe it was someone that was close to the family, because the killer was able to get close enough to Katie with Bowie there to do this, and that may be a clue.
Sorry, guys. I need to interrupt this real quick. Thanks, Arctic. Guys, we have a missing person, and this is a missing adult alert. I like to just when I have to interrupt whatever we're doing for these, especially this is an elderly lady, 85 years old, you guys. Linda Berkheimer. This is here in Ohio. 85 years old, gray hair, brown eyes, 5'1", 170 pounds. Columbus Police Department has issued a missing adult alert for Linda Berkheimer, who suffers from Alzheimer's disease. These scare me so bad. They really do. She was last seen driving away from her residence on Telford Drive in Franklin County on March 9th, 2025 at 1:05 p.m. In a silver 2007 Honda Odyssey. It's similar to the one. This is a stock photo. With Ohio license plate AT07HP. Please contact Columbus Police Department with any information that you may have for Miss Linda at 614-645-4545. Anybody in this area, please look out for this type of a vehicle, a silver Honda Odyssey minivan, or this lady if you see her. Please. If you see her, contact 911 immediately and or Columbus PD at 614-645-4545. Please, guys, please, let's bring this lady home. These scare the hell out of me. These are just as bad as to me as Amber Alerts. They really break my heart. Especially, my grandmother went through this, and I went through some stuff with her with the Alzheimer's, and it's so scary. So yes, thank you, Arctic. I appreciate it. No problem, bud. Throw them at me, any one of them. But thank you guys for seeing and looking at this. Very much appreciated. I ran Sudika's again, but I'm gonna run it again. Hold on here. Let's see here. This one's kind of scary too. Okay, hold on here. Okay, so this I know I mispronounced it earlier too. Now that we have more of you in here, this is Sudiksha Kananki, 20 years old. She's a college student missing abroad. At the University of Pittsburgh, Sudiksha Kananki, 20-year-old junior at the University of Pittsburgh, has been missing since March 6th of this year. After disappearing during a spring break trip to Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, she was last seen at approximately 4:50 a.m. walking along the beach at the RIU Republica Resort. Sudiksha is 5'3" with black hair, brown eyes. At the time of her disappearance, she was wearing a brown bikini, large round earrings, a metal anklet on her right leg, yellow and steel bracelets on her right hand, and a multicolored beaded bracelet on her left hand. Sudiksha was traveling with 6 other female students from the University of Pittsburgh. Search efforts have involved local authorities, the Dominican Civil Defense, and the Embassy of India. But as of March 9th, there have been no confirmed sightings. If you have any information whatsoever about Sudiksha's whereabouts, please contact the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office at 1-703-777-1021 or local Dominican Republic authorities at 1-829-618-7635. Welcome, Kathy. Good to see you. This scares the hell out of me, especially when we have a child that's abroad. Okay, that's horrifying. So please, if you know anything, if you've seen or heard anything whatsoever, please contact both those numbers. They're very much appreciated. This is urgent, folks. I read earlier they think she may have drowned. Okay, that's horrible. Thank you, Kathy. Well, I'm sure they're looking into it. Good to hear, bud. Good to hear, bud. Good to have you here, bud. I'm glad you're feeling better for sure. Thank you for sending me those. So, if anybody has any information about this, either please contact either one of those two numbers or the elderly lady that we just showed beforehand. Any information here in Ohio, please contact those numbers as well, guys. I appreciate you guys so very much for that. And Arctic, thank you for throwing those at me again. Very much appreciated. That's horrible. I hope that's not true, Kathy. I really do. I hope maybe they're just miscommunicating some stuff. So horrible, horrible stuff. Yay. Again, let me show you Miss Linda's face again. Linda Berkheimer, 85, gray hair, brown eyes, 5'1", 170 pounds, driving this Honda Odyssey. She left her home yesterday and hasn't been seen since, guys. She has Alzheimer's disease, so please, please contact 614-645-4545 for the Columbus Police Department. If you have anything, if you've seen her or know of anything about her, please do. I really appreciate that. And the other girl was with a group of friends. Not sure how she got separated from the group. Yeah. The 9 students that went missing in Mexico situation is pretty. Yes, it is, Stormy. Yes, it is. Very much. I agree with that, too. Thanks again, Arctic, for those, bud. Guys, anytime we're doing anything on any kind of a show, if we get stuff like that, I will stop it and put those out immediately. So I apologize for that. If I don't think it bothered anybody, but just to let you know why. Those need to be looked at immediately for sure. And if we get any updates on them, of course, I will let you know. Yeah, that's a crazy situation, Stormy, for real.
That Bowie had even met this person before and felt comfortable around them. Law enforcement says that situations like this, which they would call an overkill with all these different stab wounds, that typically means that there were high emotions between the killer and the victim. They knew each other. The citizens of Atlanta, they have tried to connect Katie's murder with other assaults and other murders across the city. It's been suggested by some people that there may be a serial killer on the loose. And in fact, the TV channel Oxygen, which is known for their true crime content, even posted an article about a possible serial killer in the area. The police department hasn't commented on any of those other situations, but they would come out and say that they do not believe a serial killer is on the loose. But they didn't offer any evidence to show otherwise either.
I know there have been several rumors that there is a serial killer on the loose in our city. We don't have any evidence of that.
It seems that law enforcement is no closer to solving this case than they were the night that it happened. People came from all over Atlanta and they left flowers and they left dog treats and other mementos right by the entrance to Piedmont Park here in Katherine and Bowie's memory. And then just several months ago now, in an attempt to keep this case active and in the public spotlight, the people of Atlanta got together again and they erected a bench at the dog park here in Piedmont Park in honor of Katherine and Bowie. There's a plaque on it with both of their names right at the top of the bench. And it is a touching tribute, but it's definitely not the same as having both of them right here with us. All of Katherine and Emma's neighbors say that the two of them were nothing but nice. They would help anyone in the neighborhood who needed help, and they were rays of sunshine on a cloudy day to all of their neighbors in this community. This is just a horrible crime, and the fact that it's still unsolved over a year later is it's weighing on the community here. With that said, if you or anyone you know has any information about the brutal murders of Katherine, Janess, and Bowie, please, please, please contact the Atlanta Police Department. I'm sure that there is a reward out there for any information leading to the arrest of this despicable person who committed this vile act. So for one, we can get the sick person off the streets, and for two, so that Katherine and Bowie can both get justice. At one point, I know the reward was over $100,000, and part of that was even being offered up by PETA, the animal activist group, just because of what happened to Bowie here. But truthfully, even if there was no award being offered, you should still come forward. They didn't deserve to be treated like this by another human being. Definitely. It's just sick. So you should definitely come forward if you know anything or you've heard someone talking. That is going to do it for this episode today from here in downtown Atlanta, right smack dab in the middle of Atlanta at Piedmont Park. I have several more videos lined up after this one that's both unique, they're interesting stories that you don't want to miss, so make sure you come back and check those out. I want to thank you all so much for watching this video. I really appreciate it. If you're new here, go down, hit that subscribe button, then hit that notification bell so you get notified every time I upload a video. If you're one of those asking to help support the channel, there's links in the description box below. But you guys watching my videos and hitting the thumbs up button, that just means more to me than anything else. I will see you in the next one. Please, all of you, stay safe and stay healthy. Much love to you all. And let's get justice for...
Right, again, and thank you to Bama Mike for putting that out. Very much appreciated. This story really bugs me. It just does. You know, it looks like I said, it looks to me like a hate crime in a lot of ways. I could be wrong, but you know, this was a beautiful family, and they were just destroyed. There's no reason for any of this senselessness. It's not. All right, so up next here, I still have more with this, so hang on. It truly, truly does. SRB, I agree. Hold on, guys. This computer's doing its thing again. God, I hate this. Sorry. All right, next, guys. I wanted to show you the full interview with Katie's partner, Emma. It's a sad too, so I'm just gonna give you a heads up. It's very sad because there's just no. This is crazy.
Emma, I guess I'll just start asking you to just tell me, in the last 24 hours, how do you describe this last day for yourself?
It's hard to describe. Difficult. Unreal, pretty much.
You feel like you're in a nightmare of some sort?
Yeah, I've said that a couple times. Definitely, it's not set in yet.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on. 1 minute. I'm sorry. 1 sec. I have 2 interviews with her, and I'd rather play this one because the first one is CBS, and you guys know, it's hard to know for sure who CBS is linked with. And yes, Bill, she did absolutely. It's horrifying.
I tried to feel for her pulse, but it was
Played the 911 call. It's just absolutely horrible to me. I feel so bad for her. All right, and I like this one here. It's a little bit more articulate. So, all right, guys, let me know how the audio is, just in case.
to feel for her pulse, but it was to feel for her pulse, but
Sorry again, computer's doing its thing.
it was clear that she was already gone, and I turned around and I just ran out of the park because it was dark and I didn't know what was going on. I was terrified and shocked.
New tonight, we are hearing from the wife of the woman who was stabbed to death in Piedmont Park. Emma Clark first came across her dog Bowie near the entrance before finding her wife Katie Janess dead. And tonight, Emma says that she is done living in that area with her home where she worked, and she can't see herself going back to that community. She tells 11 Alive tonight that she doesn't believe this attack on Katie was actually targeted.
But I do want everybody to pay attention and be safe around there. You know, I know a lot of people, we all go around there, we're out late, but now it's, you know, it's different.
Right now, police are asking anyone with information.
I don't know if you guys heard that, but Emma said that she doesn't believe that it was specifically targeted towards Katie. I don't know, guys. I can see this both ways. This could be just a random psycho, but like Bill just said, there were certain things done to Katie's body that just seems like super personal, and it still feels like hate crime to me in a lot of ways. I'm sorry that I apologize so much, as I just did again. That's just my personality, guys. I'm always worried that I'm upsetting people, which obviously sometimes I guess I am. I don't mean to do that. It's just me. Okay, so I'm not going to say it, but you know what I'm going to say.
And about that night to come forward. Check out these pictures here, folks. They could actually help the investigators. These are pictures of people officers want to talk to. They are not considered suspects tonight.
Now, the jogger came forward. The jogger came forward from seeing the news, I believe, and they did have a conversation with the jogger, and they got nothing. And these people, this is the other thing, guys, with this case, is these people were all within the park in that time frame. Nobody saw anything, and that's weird to me. So whoever did this in a private type way. You have a dog going, you know, probably flipping out, in my opinion, and things like that. And it's so strange to me. It is so strange. It does seem very much like a hate crime from what I've seen to attack yeah, it does have that personal feeling though, doesn't it? And they carved the letters FAT into her body as well. That is personal too, and it could be something more. Like as Tomboy said, if you put added letters to it, it could be. You know what I'm saying? Very possible. Very, very possible. Thank you, Miss Lisa. I appreciate that. Hold on a minute here. Oop. Okay. Thank you so much, dear.
They were at the park near 10th Street Northeast and Charles Allen Drive. And here's some more pictures for you. These are people seen near 12th and Piedmont Street. Once again, these are people who were in the park around the same time Katie may have been killed. If you are one of these people, you're looking at the screen right now, or you know someone, get in contact with those investigators immediately. So as
Up, did it again. One moment, please. All right, guys. I really do appreciate your patience. I don't know why this does this at certain times of the day. It's crazy. It definitely could be Stormy. It could be a few different things. Oh, are you there, Arctic? Okay.
A news conference to discuss the latest on two separate murder cases.
One of which involves the 2021 murder of Katie Janess, who was brutally stabbed with her dog at Piedmont Park. Good day's Brittany Edney is live at the Fox 5 News desk. And Brittany, what are investigators saying?
Elise, today is the 2-year anniversary of Katie Janess's murder in Piedmont Park with her dog Bowie, and the person responsible still hasn't been caught.
Friday marks 2 years since Katie Janess and her dog Bowie were violently murdered. This crime was extremely gruesome. Katie was stabbed more than 50 times, and the autopsy report showed the word fat was carved into her body. At the last anniversary vigil, Katie's former partner talked about the devastating impact this has had on loved ones.
It's been hell. It's been, how do you find closure, when there's none to be found ever?
Katie's loved ones described her as an incredible dog mom, a bartender, and an advocate for social justice. Up until this point, though, there have been no arrests nor a suspect description or identification.
I hope law enforcement is doing everything they can,
Well, I gotta wonder at some point too. You heard that they said that she was an advocate for social justice. Sometimes people that make noise about things make enemies, and that's another theory that I have that's a possibility with this as well. I'm just saying, it could be a few different things with this one, but that is another side or an angle you could look at with this as well, guys.
I support them.
We will be covering this update from APD that is scheduled for 11 a.m. and we will bring you, of course, the latest both online and on air when we get that information.
Okay. Let's see the rest of this. One second here. Now, with one of the articles I was reading, this video was linked into that article too. I don't know that this has anything to do with this, okay, you guys, but it's something I looked at, and I'm just showing it to you just to see it, okay? It's probably more of a coincidental situation. I'm sure more things have happened at this park than people probably realize, and I think the link was just as in reference to the fact that lots of things happen here. So take it for what it is.
It all happened at Piedmont Park, and the women claim a man threatened to attack them before someone stepped in to intervene. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes joins us live from Midtown Atlanta. Deidre, these women now say they don't feel.
Welcome, beautiful Miss Bonnie. Good to see you today. I hope you're feeling okay. We appreciate having you here. Such a great. I'm so grateful to have you here. Sorry, I didn't know what I was going to say there.
Piedmont Park is safe anymore.
That's right, Courtney. The women say they have always enjoyed Piedmont Park, have always considered it a safe space. But after Monday's incident, they worry that it is not.
We got babies over here.
Tyler Lee.
Now, mind you, this was August of 2021 that this happened, okay? July 28th is when Katie was murdered. Remember that.
Posted this video on Instagram, which captured her frightening encounter with this unidentified man at Atlanta's Piedmont Park Monday afternoon.
He comes over and starts literally yelling at us, cussing us out, saying that he will beat us up.
Lee, her friend Brittany Sanders, and Sanders' 2 young children were enjoying an afternoon in the park when they say the man appeared out of nowhere and began harassing them.
And this was broad daylight, so this was at like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So it wasn't at night or anything like that. And there was a lot of people around. So like I said, I guess people didn't really intervene at first because they didn't know that we didn't know him.
The women say the man started throwing things at them. That's when Lee started recording him. She said the bystander in the video, who intervened as the man walked toward them with an object in his hand, helped de-escalate the situation. She believes the man was mentally ill.
He walked up to us and then had like a big old object, we don't know what it was. Obviously, it probably was like a tree, but it was so sharp to the point where I was a little nervous that he was going to run up on us and try to.
Now, this is interesting. The guy is holding a sharp object in his hand. This could be the situation as well. Somebody that is just detached and is having a mental breakdown or is mentally ill, not on medication per se. You know what I mean? Think about it. That's why I'm showing you this. And I was just like, this is interesting, but I don't know that it's related. This was a month before she was murdered.
Stab us.
The women say they spoke with police officers in the area, telling them what happened and were told they would keep an eye out for him. We contacted APD about the incident. They say investigators are aware a video has been circulating on social media that appears to show a male acting strangely in the park and report that incident is still being investigated. It has not been confirmed who was involved in that incident or if a crime was committed. Lee says she already felt uneasy about going to the park following last month's murder here.
I'm never going to Piedmont Park again.
Sanders is grateful that bystander came to their rescue.
Luckily, the guy that stepped.
Sorry, I said that wrong. She was murdered a month before, not after. Sorry, I said that way.
Then he stopped him at the right time because
And I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry, Bill.
We didn't know what we were going to do. I mean, we didn't want to walk off because he was following us, so thanks to the guy that stepped in.
And the man who helped, who was shown in that video intervening, has received high praise on social media. And we do want to reiterate, as for the man who the women say was harassing them, he has not been charged with a crime, and police are still working to determine whether or not a crime was in fact committed. That's the latest here in Midtown. Deeper Dukes.
So seeing this guy coming at these two women, who knows what's going on in his mind? They said he seemed mentally ill. Okay. Thank God that those other two gentlemen were there, because who knows? We could have seen another situation. This could be a link. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. I hope they have his name and all that stuff. I truly do. But still, look, did you saw him come charging? He was gonna do something. I'm sorry. I think he was. And it made me start thinking, is it possible? I think it is. And that doesn't mean, therefore, in turn, means that maybe it's not a hate crime. Maybe this person just hates women. Whoever did this could just hate women, which could explain the overkill. And that's another side to it. That's what I was thinking too, SRB, is that whoever did this was being sneaky. This guy didn't seem to be trying to be quiet, which true. All these other people saw and heard this situation. With her situation, they didn't seem to, So yeah, I don't know, but I have questions. I'll say that much. I have questions, and it was very interesting to me to see it. So, if nothing else, and like I said, thank God for those other people being there. What do we got here, Mom Bear? Saying wiener, wiener, wiener. What the hell are we doing here, Mom Bear? Okay. Sorry guys. Onward we go. Exactly. They need to look at similar crimes that took place or almost took place in the year prior and after. Exactly, Arctic. Thank you. That's the whole point. At this park, look into things that have gone on there. People approached, people that were attacked verbally or physically, and other crimes, in my opinion. Holy, because they nothing, God. There's nothing. And I just don't understand this. Okay. Let's see here. Again, I'm not going to say the words, but you guys know I appreciate your patience with my computer stuff today. All right, here we go. This is so aggravating. Next up, they talked to a GBI investigator on around the 2-year anniversary of her passing.
Thanks so much for being with us here on Atlanta News First Plus. I'm Joy Lim Nakrin, and I'm joined here by special guest, former GBI investigator, Agent Trebor Randall. Thank you so much for being with us, Agent Randall. So the reason we're on here right now is we're covering a very somber but important anniversary. Today marks 2 years since the murder of Katie Janess in Piedmont Park. Certainly a crime that shocked the Atlanta community and really beyond. Stunning details. She was stabbed more than 50 times. Apparently, the word fat had been carved onto her skin. And it's still not known who killed her and her dog in the overnight hours at Piedmont Park. Again, it was 2 years ago today. But again, Agent Randall, this is something that, of course, you a story you follow very closely. You have a lot of expertise on this subject. What do we expect this far out from this crime, in terms of the investigation?
Well, I think in terms of the investigation, we should know that it's still active, it's still ongoing. I understand that many times the public or the family members of those that have been killed in these instances feel like they're being left out or being left in the dark because they're not seeing the regular briefings, maybe like there was in the beginning. But having experience with many of these cases, it's still very active a lot of times behind the scenes. Certainly, leads are still being followed up on, but there obviously has been the absence of any significant lead that.
Geez, sorry. No, Bonnie, I'm fine. I think it's the lights around me. This light, there's a red light on my microphone and it lights it up and so on and so forth. But no, they're good. There's no problems. Thank you for asking, though.
That would have led to a significant finding of a suspect in this case.
Yeah, and so Atlanta police actually held a press conference earlier today, and the big takeaway for a lot of people was that there were no major updates, and so that a lot of people, it seemed felt a little bit discouraged by that there were no major updates. But as you said, that doesn't mean that the investigation is not continuing, right? And what can the public do at this point to help?
That's correct. The investigation is continuing. I can assure you that a lot of very well experienced investigators with the Atlanta Police Department that work on these homicides, very capable, and having partnered with them in the past. I know that they're constantly behind the scenes working, gathering intelligence information, following up, looking for witnesses or anyone that someone else may have told them, hey, I heard this person had information. It's also not uncommon, just a few things for people to consider. Sometimes these cases will appear to go cold. If we do have evidence that may be forensic, whether it be DNA or some other type of forensic evidence, we may not have a match to it. For example, we have found that in the past, a suspect we were looking for was incarcerated for some other reason, had been arrested after committing a crime, and then they're released sometime later, and then something leads us to them. There are so many different possibilities. I still think that, we're looking in all the right areas as far as someone within the area or possibly someone who knew her. The profilers have talked about the fact that, in our training, when we see this level of violence, this level of injury, especially about the face, the head, the neck area, sometimes that's an indicator that there was rage there. The perpetrator could have been known to the victim. We do not know if it could have been the result of, her status, in the LGBTQ community. Could she have been a target because of that? But nevertheless, I can assure you that although the leads haven't been significant enough for law enforcement to bring that to the public, they are still going to be getting, tips and calls and following up on those leads. But if they can't verify the leads, then they're not going to put that information out to the public prematurely.
Yeah, fair enough. Anything else that you think we need to bear in mind? Now that it's been 2 years since the murder took place, and it's something that a lot of people are calling now a cold case, but it sounds that police are actually kind of pushing back on that notion that it's a cold case. That I guess they don't want it to be considered cold because it's still active. Anything else to keep in mind?
I think that that's a very good assessment of Atlanta Police Department.
Arctic, congratulations. Happy day anniversary, brother. Thank you so much for being part of this community and this family and this team we're going on a year, 11 months. That's amazing. And I really appreciate you, bro. I hope you know that. I hope you know how appreciated you are. So thank you once again for being part of this family. We appreciate you, brother. And happy day anniversary.
Department, our partners, many law enforcement agencies, federal, state, and local, who have taken a look at or been a part of this investigation. I think that's fair. We don't want you to consider this to be a cold case because it is actively being investigated behind the scenes, although not in the public eyesight. Also, what you all are doing today, we can't thank you enough for the media and our partners to keep this case going, keep it alive. I know her family appreciates it, law enforcement appreciates it, and as long as we keep the information out there and we're seeking it.
That's horrible, Phil. Robert from True Crime Unraveled has been caring for his nephew since the boy's dad passed recently. 2 days ago, the young boy, he was 10, passed too. Absolutely, I will definitely reach out. Guys, please, if you would, just keep Robert and his family within your thoughts and prayers at this moment. Unbelievable. That's horrifying. Horrible. Thank you for the info, Phil, and I will definitely myself personally reach out and leave my condolences. Thanks again, Phil. Good Lord. Unbelievable.
Information, someone will eventually come forward. It happens more often than not. There may be someone with information who could be listening right now to say, well, there was something that's been bothering me that I didn't tell anybody. I heard it. It could be a rumor. I don't want to get anybody in trouble. It doesn't matter how small of a nugget that information is. Pick up the phone and give a call to the Atlanta Police Department and let them know that you could have information and let them do the job of verifying that.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much to Agent Trebor Randall, a former GBI investigator, sharing her expertise and analysis. And of course, if you have tips, you are encouraged to reach out to law enforcement. Also encourage you to check out atlantanewsfirst.com and download our mobile news app for all the latest updates on this case as we keep following the latest. Thank you.
Right. One moment here. One moment, please. And I'm going to give you guys this update. Or, well, it's not an update. Benny covered this, of course. So, of course, I'm going to show you his side and thoughts on things, too. And then we're going to move on to Heather's case.
And I want to begin with the case that we've been following here now for a week or so, and it's out of Atlanta, Georgia. Take a look at this picture. This is the last known picture of Katherine Katie Janess with her dog, Bowie. They're crossing the street there, and that rainbow is a crosswalk going to Piedmont Park, which is a beautiful park in Atlanta, taking the dog for the walk at night. She was found brutally stabbed, some descriptions mutilated to death in Piedmont Park, July 28th, around 1 o'clock in the morning. She was found by her girlfriend, and you see her picture right there from their GoFundMe page. That's Emma Clark. Her and Katie were together, and Katie went to walk the dog. And Emma was trying to find her, and where is she? So she pinged her phone and went and discovered Katie and the dog, Bowie, killed. And you have to understand, this is a very popular part of town. And this absolutely struck fear across the city still tonight as we sit here. I mean, people are wondering who is out there? Who could possibly be responsible for this? Now, getting back to that night, when Emma finds Katie, she calls 911. We have that recording for you now. Let's take a listen.
911, operator 7959. What's the address to your emergency?
Sir, I'm at the entrance of Piedmont Park. I just was searching for my girlfriend's son because I couldn't find her. She's dead. She's here at Piedmont Park. Please help.
You said somebody's dead at Piedmont Park?
Yes, sir. Please send help. Please.
All right, yes, ma'am. I'm going to send help to you.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
All right, can I get your name? Get a callback number? Where's she at in the park?
She was like near the entrance, like, I don't know how to explain it to you. Did you just see that? That's my girlfriend. What? Yes.
All right, hold.
Please. Oh my God, dude. She's like, she's dead. Like, it's so fun.
All right, I'm about to call Grady, okay?
Please.
Grady EMS, what's the address of your emergency?
Hey, Grady, I have one for 1073 Piedmont Avenue Northeast.
You have a call on the line?
Yes, ma'am. Are you still on the line? Okay, I guess she must have disconnected. She said her girlfriend is dead in the park.
Can't imagine what she was going through that night, Emma, in discovering this scene. I mean, there's the horror of it, right? Then there's got to be the heartbreak, and then the fear, because there you are. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and you could be next as well. You don't know who's responsible. And as we sit here tonight, they still don't know. And all hands are on deck in Atlanta. Trust me. APD, sheriffs, you've got FBI involved in this investigation. They're all trying to figure it out. Let's bring in our guests tonight. Joining us in Los Angeles, California, retired FBI Special Agent Bobby Chacon is with us, and in Salt Lake City, Utah, retired police commander and host of the Profiling Evil podcast, Mike King is with us. Great to have you both here. Bobby Chacon, let me start with you. FBI is involved, right? This is a local case. It's a murder. Obviously, it's a big story. Why and when does the FBI get involved in a murder investigation?
Vinny, that's a common question, and it can range anywhere from the fact that there could be some federal crime violated, although it doesn't seem like this. The FBI normally lends any kind of assistance to any federal, state, or local agency that requests it, and that could be laboratory assistance, it could be manpower, it could be equipment. I don't know the specifics that they're lending in this case, but oftentimes it doesn't have to be a federal crime for the FBI to come in and just lend assistance, and it doesn't have to do anything with the prosecution. It just, if we have the bodies or if we have a piece of equipment, I did that often in my career when I was with the dive team. We would lend ourselves out to anybody that needed us. So in this particular case, it could be video enhancement, because we're talking with a lot of video, and the FBI has a pretty advanced laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, that could enhance some of that video if they needed enhanced, or audio or things like that. So I would imagine there's some level of technical expertise that the FBI might have that they're lending in this case, because normally when there's a missing child or something, we turn out and hundreds of people and agents turn out and walk the fields and the woods, and that's not this type of case. So I believe that probably they're lending some kind of technical expertise to this case.
Mike King, host of Profiling Evil. This is evil, what happened to Katie. And the other shocking part of this is you would think there'd be a level of safety and deterrence in you're walking your dog, right? Yeah. That's the part that really shocked me. And then the way the victim, Katie's been described as being mutilated there, is tough.
Yeah, this one is one that really grips at you because she's out walking her dog. The dog is killed from everything that I've been able to tell in this case as well. So you really start looking at was this a case of a otherwise low risk individual who happened to, because of the change in circumstance, walking through this park at midnight in an area in a park that isn't well lit, that this becomes an opportunistic murder. And I really appreciate what Bobby had to say, because I wondered about that same thing of the Bureau's involvement, of whether it had to do with all of the CCTV imagery that they're looking at, or whether this had something to do with the fact that this victim is married in a same-sex relationship, and is this a hate crime or something that is a civil rights violation because of that as well. But boy, to me, Vinny, it boils down to what can we do to lower our risk level, not to be frightened in our communities, but look at going into a park with poor cameras, poor lighting, middle of the night, alone, even though you've got a dog. Just a recipe for challenge.
Yeah, and sad that it is a recipe for challenge. But this investigation continuing. Now, police in Atlanta, as we saw, recently released that 911 call that you just heard, that was made by Emma Clark, Katherine Janess's partner, who found the bodies of Janess and their dog, Bowie, after that stabbing in Piedmont Park. Now, Emma spoke to WSB TV in Atlanta and told them law enforcement has not been keeping her in the loop on updates in this investigation.
They haven't told me anything extra. Like, I don't know about suspects. I don't know about if anybody, they're looking into anything like that.
So a level of frustration there. I want to ask you guys today, what kind of information does law enforcement usually share with those who are close to a victim of a crime like this? Bobby, I'll start with you.
Well, I mean, as hard as it's going to sound and as harsh as it's going to sound, we share as little as possible in the beginnings of an investigation like this, because the only information that we release are information that's going to strategically benefit the investigation. And that's kind of what, like I always had victim assistance personnel that handled the families, because my main focus was to get the bad guy. And my main focus was not to, as harsh as this might sound, make the family feel better, because sometimes the perpetrator was a family member. So really, I had to focus all my attention on who is the perpetrator, and any information that you release to anybody, even if you tell them, please don't release this to other people, if you tell the family, there's always a chance it could leak. So you only release information that's going to be strategically advantageous to the investigation at this point. And the palliative care of the family and the witnesses should be somebody else's burden, and they should be taken care of. But
yeah, that makes sense, Arctic. It does. Perfect sense.
they have to understand that information at this point is very fragile, and we can't just make it everything public that we're coming up with. Witnesses sometimes are very hesitant to come forward. In this case, maybe there's somebody that knew who it was or saw somebody, but they don't want to say. So you're dealing with that person, and you're trying to massage them to be uncomfortable enough to actually make a statement on the record. Maybe they have somebody who has made something that said, I think I saw this guy and I know him, but I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to go on record. And maybe they're trying to work that angle. But you have to be very, very careful at this stage of the investigation, because that information could, if it's released or widespread, could compromise the investigation.
And Mike, we do see that reaction a lot in a lot of these unsolved cases that we cover. And this one is relatively new, right? But ones where it's been 1 year, 10 years, 20 years, is that sometimes families and victims feel like we're not getting enough information, and we feel like nothing is happening.
Yeah, I mean, that's really a place where I think law enforcement has to become better, because we don't want the investigator who's in the trench working this case to ever be in a position to release something that could be that golden nugget that helps him solve the crime. But that said, the agency, whether it's through a victim assistance program or it's someone in the agency, needs to still remember that compassionate side of law enforcement as well, that says, hey, family, we haven't forgotten you. We're still working your case. I can't share exactly what's happening, but we still continue to go to work every day to try to solve your case.
Absolutely. Now, there was also some park surveillance video that was released in this case, and they weren't suspects or even people of interest. They're just people who were out that night. And our understanding is that the jogger that you see there, the folks you see walking across the street, have all been identified and have come forward. So they're in the area that night, Mike. So that could be very helpful for investigators here. Obviously, people who are out the night may have seen something that they didn't think was anything that may help here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the bottom line is, did they see somebody that was acting suspicious, and they can give a clothing description or a physical description of the individual? What made them uncomfortable, or why didn't it make them uncomfortable? And what was the difference in actually the individual? Why did this woman stand out as a potential victim for someone to try to prey on?
Yeah. And Bobby, I'm a guy who doesn't necessarily believe the government should be seeing everything that's going on, right? But then I look at a situation like this, and we have unsolved crime. I'm like, maybe we need more surveillance cameras in public places. There are countries where there are closed circuit cameras everywhere. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, like everybody else, I wear two hats on this. I wear my private citizen hat, which says that I don't want to be intruded on by the government the minute I leave my house in the morning. And every public space I travel through. And then there's the law enforcement hat that I wore for 30 years. And, those videotapes and those tapes, I remember back to the London bombings, and the Sonata brothers, the Boston Marathon. Sometimes those videotapes, those public videotapes, can be the thing that cracks the case. And they're so beneficial to me as an investigator. So I really struggle with that balance. Where does the balance come through? I'm a private citizen now. I'm retired. I don't want the government, seeing every move I make. But I understand that once I leave my house and I'm out in the public eye, that's a possibility. But I don't know that I would favor, cameras on every street light.
Yeah. And here, obviously, there are cameras that picked up bits and pieces, but we don't think there's any video of the actual suspect. All right. We'll continue to track this case and this investigation.
All right, guys. So like I said, there's a lot of questions I have about this. I cannot fathom how they have nothing after 3+ years. I just don't understand this. Whoever did this was very careful and very calculated with this, and it's scary. It's that person's still out there. Yeah, I'm with you on that one too. I'm just really bothered by this. Okay. Really bothered by this. I feel absolutely horrible for Emma. I mean, what kind of a life are you living? This is going to be stuck in your mind for the rest of her life now. What she found, how she found it, and that the love of her life is gone. Her wife is gone. That's just unbelievably unfair to me. Possibly. Yes. I still am very comfortable with saying I feel that this was a hate crime. I don't think this was random. Okay. It could have been, it could be just a random psychopath did this, but it just doesn't look like it to me, you guys. I truly and honestly feel that this was targeted, that she was targeted, and that it was 100% a hate crime, in my opinion. I know what you're saying, Bill. It's okay. So, guys, thank you for listening to that one today, and hopefully we can find something. If anybody has any information, please contact the Atlanta Police Department that were to see this or knows anything. Please do reach out and handle, or I'm sorry, reach out and let them know what you know. Be careful, folks. If you're out walking in parks, especially if you live in the Atlanta area and you go to Piedmont Park, we've seen that other situation too. So just please be careful. That's all I'm saying. Please be safe and protect yourself. If you guys can, make sure to keep Emma and the rest of the family in your thoughts and prayers until they can, period. But hopefully they come up with something on this sometime soon to give them some closure. God, that it just bothers me. This one really bugs me. I don't know what it is. It's just it keeps jabbing at me, if that makes any sense, you guys. Excuse me. All right. Next up, we're moving on to Miss Heather Turner. Emma and Katie. Yes, SRB. Thank you so much. The next story, again, her name is Heather Nicole Turner. Beautiful young lady. Again, this situation, I'm not comfortable. This one really reminds me a lot of another case we've covered that we support too. Miss Jana comes in here all the time. Her sister, Crystal McCrory, we've shared her case. We interviewed Miss Jana, talked about it. This one has a lot of the same feels as Crystal's case, guys. It's really weird. Give me one moment here. This is crazy to me. And they've titled it or classified this case as a suicide. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. Hold on. All right, give me 1 minute to load it in. It's loading. Just a moment. All right. We'll start off with this.
May 4th, 2017. This typically quiet Dallas neighborhood is about to be jolted awake.
Listen, what are you calling to report? Wife shot herself.
The caller is Andy Turner. Here he is with his wife, Heather, the mother of their daughter, Lexi, a woman full of personality. Heather's aunt, Cindy Clark.
Oh, she was majestic.
I need to start that over. I'm sorry, you guys.
May 4th, 2017. This typically quiet Dallas neighborhood is about to be jolted awake.
Listen, what are you calling to report? Wife shot herself.
The caller is Andy Turner. Here he is with his wife, Heather, the mother of their daughter, Lexi, a woman full of personality. Heather's aunt, Cindy Clark.
Oh, she was majestic. She was so charming and so full of joy. And I know everybody says she lit up a room, but just her sense of humor and her kindness was outstanding.
A stark difference to the sinister act alleged to have happened inside the couple's Buck Trail home, where their 8-year-old daughter at the time was asleep.
Now, just so you guys know, this is Heather was very good friends with Jeremy Miller. If you guys are familiar with the TV show Growing Pains from when we were younger, Jeremy Miller was the youngest child, Ben, on the TV show. Well, his wife Johnny and him were very close friends with Heather, and they themselves have come out and said, "This is not how this happened," and have tried to help to advocate to get some justice in this, as well as many other people. So that says a lot. These are famous people putting themselves out there on the line for this to say this is not what happened. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Welcome, Peaky. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us.
Andy, did you find her like this? Do you know how long ago this happened?
I was in the bedroom, and I heard the noise.
You heard it?
The coroner's report shows Heather was found on her back in the floor of the couple's bathroom. Andy Turner's 911 call alleges he found her in the shower. The 911 call lasted 14 minutes. It included not just Andy, but we heard his mom and dad, who briefly spoke with the dispatcher, putting them on scene before first responders. The calls would continue.
Andy called me that morning and told me that Heather had killed herself.
Any indication she was ready to take her life?
None whatsoever. She would not have done that with her daughter feet away from her in the next room.
The Paulding County Coroner's report describes the scene. In it, she pointed out a wall near the toilet had appeared to be washed.
Mind you, their 8-year-old little girl was sitting on the couch in the living room, feet away from where she did this at. Okay. So tell me, what parent would do this knowing their child's sitting right there? They're going to hear the noise, come running. Oh my God, would never want their child to see this. That's the first red flag that makes me think, no. The husband was in the bedroom right next to her. The bathroom was off the bedroom. You know what I mean? Number 2 flag. No, sorry. And she just wasn't that person, folks. She wasn't that person, as you'll see. No. And then there's some other information in regards to the husband that we'll hear about this. So I'm just giving you little bits and pieces of my thoughts too.
The report also showed a note was left.
It says, "I'm sorry, I love you."
Yes, I believe Heather wrote that note, and I believe it was stuck on something small long before she passed away. Heather was a note writer. She wrote songs. She was very wordy, and she expressed her heart. So
what she's saying, you guys, and what has been said in the article I read too, is that Heather wrote notes like that all the time. So somebody is believed, just grabbed one of those and put it there and said, "Look what I found. This is what I found." And then she did this. I don't believe.
why now would you not leave a note if you're such a writer and if you express yourself so thoroughly? Why wouldn't Heather leave a note for her daughter?
The coroner requested the GBI medical examiner take Heather's body. 5 years later, her death is still classified as undetermined.
Okay, so also I want to, but they're not putting some of that stuff in here. They don't have, they hurried up and moved the body out of the house because a school bus needed to get around. So they just took the body out real quick, put it in the ambulance, and moved the vehicles real quick. That doesn't happen. They also, one of the biggest red flags in cases like this is when the body's cremated. It was cremated very quickly as well. Again, that's a big red flag to me in any of these cases we've covered. When they do that, that tells me, yeah, okay, whatever you think. So again, I don't believe a lot of things with it.
Ultimately, I just want answers, and I want the truth, and I want the case to be closed.
I reached out to Andy Turner, but he refused to talk to me. The Paulding County Sheriff's Office confirmed the case is still open. Andy Turner has not been named a suspect in his wife's death. Sergeant Ashley Henson with the Paulding County Sheriff's Office says Andy has not been ruled out as a suspect either. In fact, Sergeant Henson says Andy has refused to come in for a formal interview.
If it's suicide, call it suicide, and let's close the case and everyone get on with their lives. Show me that evidence or prove that it was suicide, and I'm okay with that.
Heather's aunt just hopes one day
I can't not think about it. I can't forget about it. It just won't go away. I think of her all the time.
the truth will prevail.
I fight for Heather and think of Heather every hour of every day.
So that was the 5-year anniversary. That was 5 years after. They're stating that nothing still had been done. This is 2 years later and almost 3 years now. There's nothing new. Very sad. And I have a feeling, I feel like I know who did it. Okay. And as I believe you guys probably will too. So next up, please load and load quickly. Okay. Sorry. Here we go. It kind of worked.
Unknown, take one.
Why are you appearing anonymously?
Heather's case has never been solved, and it should have been solved a long time ago. Being small town, I am in somewhat fear of what could possibly happen to me about saying my opinions and what I've physically seen at the funeral home.
Dallas, Georgia is a small community 45 minutes west of Atlanta. It's a rural community. It's about as close to country as you're going to get from Atlanta.
We got a little bit of land and we ride, hunt, fish. Nobody really gives us any problems.
There are many families that have been here for 200 plus years. Most people around here are fairly conservative, but not close-minded.
Hey, that's a Methodist church. That's where I was confirmed. There's a church every 2 feet in this part of the country.
Most everybody mentions their religion and talk about God. I do feel very safe here, but things do happen in small towns that maybe you wouldn't think would.
After our first season aired, I got a Facebook message from someone who felt they had a case that we really needed to be looking into. In 2017, a young mother, Heather Turner, 35 years old, super active in the church, she's found dead. It's reported that it's a suicide, and yet 5 years later, her death is still an open case in this town, still under investigation, and the cause of her death is still undetermined. And there are a number of people in this town that really feel like there's so much more to this story.
The circumstances, situations surrounding it, knowing all the players, I have questions of my own that haven't been answered, that need to be answered.
Things have happened in this community that are terrible.
Yeah, Mark. My feeling is that it's a hate crime. It has been. I can't pull away from that too much. There's other possibilities, absolutely. My personal feeling, Mark, is that it is a hate crime, truly, based on certain aspects of what we've seen and heard about it. So, thank you for joining us, by the way.
That people should maybe investigate more, but that's all I'm going to say about that.
Calling County 911. What are you calling to report?
Now, I want you guys to listen close to this 911 call. This is Andy, the husband, Andy Turner, calling in. There's something he says that it's believed that he says in this 911 call. Okay? Or not when he calls his mother, there's something he says in there that many people have said. Sounds like he said, "Mama, I killed her." It's not in this call, I don't believe. Sorry. It's the one with his mother. That I'll play it for you if it's not in here. But still, listen to him in the 911 call. Listen to his inflection and all that kind of stuff, guys.
Wife has shot herself in the bathroom.
Your wife, where did she shoot herself?
In the head.
Take a deep breath. What's your name?
My name is Andy Turner.
What's your wife's name?
Heather.
Let it be known that she shot herself here. Okay, back here. And the trajectory was upward this way. Okay. I want you to understand how hard it is to do that in a specific. It's just not that easy to do, guys. I'll put it there. Okay. Just understand that.
May 2017, the coroner of Paulding County, Lindsay Eberhardt, called my secretary, said, I want y'all to know that Heather's body is ready to be released. And my secretary said, what do you mean? She said, well, Heather Turner has committed suicide. I knew Heather, one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen, inside and out. And I immediately said, there ain't no way. We sent our guys out to bring Heather to the funeral home. You know, when we unzipped the bag, I knew this beautiful woman, now her face was pretty much gone. And it made me sick. I wanted to throw up. In my career, that was probably the worst gunshot to the head that I've ever seen. And I'll never forget this until the day I die. I have been in the field for 23 years. I have never seen a certified Georgia death certificate that did not have a cause and manner of death. It's either self-inflicted, accidental, or murder. Nothing was checked off on Heather Turner's.
It was left inconclusive, but they labeled it as a suicide. Does anybody else question that at all within this at all? Like he just said, it is either self-inflicted, murder, or accidental. Those are the scenes that I've been on. Those are the same three labels that you give a situation, okay? Inconclusive. But if you talk to them, it was suicide. And what you hear in the 911 call, it's suicide. It does. This is a lot like Ellen Greenberg's case, 100%. And it is also a lot like Crystal McCrory's case as well. So.
To this day, it's still undetermined.
Heather's death was tragic. And I think a lot of people were just left asking what happened that morning. And so we scheduled an interview with the person who could walk us through that. It is the Paulding County coroner, Lindsay Eberhardt. But she pulled out at the last second. She sent us this official statement. It says, as the coroner, I responded to the death of Heather Turner. I filed my complete report and continue to stand by that report as it reflects the information I received and observed on scene. We have filed Freedom of Information requests for the police report, and we have been denied because the case is still open. So the only thing we have to go on in the meantime is Lindsay Eberhardt's coroner's report. And so I'm going to read it. Deceased name, Heather Turner. Weapon, a .38 caliber handgun. Note found, I'm sorry, I love you. Heather was found on her back in the floor, naked. Her hair was wet from her shower. She had an entrance wound. It appears to have been on the right side of her head, and there may have been a possible exit on the left side.
Okay. Moving on. The woman took a shower, got out of the shower, and then decided, not clothes, not anything. I'm going to tell you why I'm explaining this to you. That she was going to take her own life. The way I showed you. Now, this is my feelings on this, in my opinion alone. Nobody has to agree with this, but I'm going to explain something to you. Women are very proud, okay? They're very, very particular about their appearance, how people see them, how people feel about how they look, things like this, okay? Take this into account, in my opinion. This woman got out of the shower, did not get dressed, no towel, no nothing, and decided to do this. I do not believe that, because women are smart too. They think things through, unlike us men. They think things all the way through. I cannot tell you that I believe that any woman would knowingly and willingly take her own life, knowing that there are going to be people that are going to see her after the fact in the nude without putting clothes on or anything. Don't tell me that I'm wrong about that, because I know for a fact that I'm not. There's not a woman in here that would tell me that you would not want, that you would want somebody knowingly to know that they're going to find you like that without your clothes on. Anybody tell me I'm wrong? Just saying. Okay. She didn't exhibit or show any signs of this at all. She's a very happy person. Okay. She loved life and things like that. There's the other side of that. And if she was going to do this, she would have at least, in my opinion, put clothes on, a towel, a robe, something, and she did not. This is another reason, the main reason why I don't believe this happened this way. Not to mention the fact of the trajectory and the gunshot where it went in. Okay. Just saying. Think about that for a minute too while we're hearing this.
No bullet was recovered. There was alcohol present on one of the nightstands in the bedroom, and a wall near the toilet had appeared to be washed.
That's not true, Critical. I've been on the scene of many suicides. To be honest with you, I've never been on a suicide where anybody's ever been naked, ever. In 17 years, I've never seen anybody naked that committed suicide ever in my life. Not saying that you're wrong, but I've never seen that, nor have I ever heard of that, to be honest with you. I cannot imagine a woman that would do that, knowing that people are going to find her, that she doesn't know, and see her that way. I can't imagine that. If you disagree, that's understandable, and I respect that. So I've never seen, even physically working as a first responder, never ever have I responded to one of those. I've heard of a couple, but I've never seen one in my life, in person, and I've never ever heard of that before. So, but I respect your thoughts on that. I will look into that though.
Mrs. Turner was transported to the GBI in Decatur on May 4th, 2017 for autopsy. And the update on this is that the case is ruled undetermined by the GBI medical examiner.
I don't know what happened in that house on that morning. I'm hoping for answers. I am Cindy Clock, and I'm Heather's aunt. Heather was more of a daughter to me than she was a niece.
Let me throw a correction in here. I've seen a couple, two to be specific, where a woman, both of them women, took their lives by cutting their wrists in the bathtub. Let me reiterate what I said. So my apologies there. Let me correct that. But that's bingo right there. Two of those. But other than that is what I'm saying. So I get your point, Critical. I absolutely see your point, and thank you for impressing that very much.
When I found out that Heather died, I just dropped to my knees and I just lost it. It's been 5 years now, and the case is not closed. When I ask a question, they say, "No, I'm sorry, I can't answer that. This is an active and ongoing case."
The coroner will not sit down and meet with us. And
see, the bathtub I could understand. You're in the water and you kind of have cover in a sense. I can understand. They don't want to cause a mess. They don't want that. I get that whole thing too. And I'm sorry that I didn't say that at first, because I did forget about that situation. I'm imagining this woman standing in her bathroom completely in the nude doing this and thinking that, oh my God, I can't let them find me like this. Or my daughter being in the house. That's another big one, is their daughter was in the other room. So let me reiterate what I'm saying. My apologies for putting it out there like that. I don't think she would be. That's my feeling. I'm not comfortable with that. Okay. But yeah, no, I have actually responded to 2 of those bathtub situations, and it's a horrible scene. But so yes, absolutely critical. My apologies.
We are continuing to try and meet up with law enforcement to learn more about this situation. Thankfully, we do have people that really want to tell us everything they know, and that includes the people that really cared about Heather.
Hi,
Cindy.
Hillary.
It's so
Come
nice to
in.
meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
Thank you
Please
for
come
having
in.
me. For the person who has never met Heather, can you tell us a little bit about her personality? Who was she when she walked into a room?
Well, first, she's just an amazing energy and light. She had a great sense of humor. She loved music. She loved to sing. She had a beautiful voice. She loved to try new things. She was a writer. She put it out there. At one point, she was writing songs.
You had a very close bond with Heather.
My sister struggled with some prescription drugs, and I was always there for Heather when her mother died in her sleep. That was very traumatic for Heather.
Heather was how old when she got married?
Right after high school. Philip was a local boy, and he was raised in the church. His dad is a minister. Flash forward to here she is having a baby.
Oh, man.
She was a great mom. They took the baby to church from day one, and they were just a really cute little family, and she began singing in the church.
It feels like the postcard story. They're like the Ken and Barbie of church.
I know, and that's why you never see this coming.
Sir, take a deep breath. Listen, was this intentional?
Yeah, I'm only touching.
Keep doing CPR.
At the church at Cheatham Hill, we had our pastor, which was Terry Elsner, and then his son was Philip Elsner, and his wife Heather was over the youth group. Him and Heather really put in a lot of time with the kids. The kids looked up to them. It was a great atmosphere. And then Andy Turner had come on at the church as the associate pastor. He was a very charismatic guy. Andy made it seem like it was coming straight from his heart. Like he genuinely cared about your relationship with God. If he was talking about Noah and building the ark, you was in the boat with him. Me and Andy started getting closer and closer, and he was this great guy, this big personality. He could go play in the mud hole, be a little bit of a country redneck, but at the same time, you throw him in a suit, and he could go eat $1,000 dinners with his pinky throwed out. He brought this energy into the church. Even the teens would like to come in there and listen to Andy preach. You had Brother Terry and his wife, Philip and Heather, and Andy and Mindy, his wife. They just fit like a puzzle. It was a great church.
Heather's a new mom.
Mm-hmm.
She's got her high school sweetheart husband. They're all involved in the church. It looks like a postcard.
Mm-hmm.
What is your first clue that something's wrong?
Marriage is hard. I understood what it's like when you get married too young.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to her about working it out with Philip or make things better, and she said she didn't want to, that she was in love with someone else.
One day, I get a phone call from this lady that was a member of the church, all panicking. Oh my God, have you heard what happened? Have you heard what happened? Andy, he got caught having an affair with Heather. And I said, no, you're crazy. So I called him. And I'm like, Andy, what happened, man? He's like, man, I was counseling Heather and Philip. They was going through some stuff in their marriage, and I got sucked in. I said, Andy, you're a preacher. You're a man of God. You've told me how wrong this is.
You know, it came out that they were having an affair, and it blew the church up.
Philip was heartbroken when Heather left him. She ended up moving in our home. She brought her son. She said that she was in love with someone else.
What'd she tell you about him?
Just said that he was a great guy and she had a lot of fun with him and they laughed a lot.
These two letters are both from 2008. Dear Andy, I never want to lose you, honey. Never. When we get all of this behind us, we will be unbreakable. I love you with all of my heart, Heather. What was the first meeting between your family and Andy Turner?
He came over to the house and I cooked dinner. He seemed nice and friendly, almost like he was trying to be over charming. They laughed a lot, but when I asked him questions, it was hard to get specific answers.
After that first night, were you like, yes, Heather, I get it?
I was like, yes, I get your chemistry and your attraction, but I did not have the warm and fuzzies about this guy.
They move in together. What is the setup? Do his kids start coming over?
Mindy and Andy had joint custody.
Was Heather's son living with them?
In the beginning, yes. And then Heather became pregnant with Lexi.
And do Heather and Andy get married?
I did not know that they did. One day Heather came over to the house and she was wearing wedding rings. And I went, oh, Heather, oh my gosh, did you get married? And she goes, yeah, we got married.
Did you feel weird that you weren't there as her family member?
I did feel weird. She just said the two of them eloped.
Yeah, I have a lot of my friends that said, man, you outpunted your coverage when you married Heather. But see, what they don't realize is that I chased her until she caught me. Why you laugh at that?
We didn't get to talk very often. And I would say, Heather, I want to see you. And she would say, I know, I miss you too, Aunt Sissy. I'll talk to Andy. But I kept seeing on Facebook these photos of the family and matching football shirts or, some theme and travel and all that. And I was just thinking, well, maybe they do have a pretty good life.
We're getting about 5 to 6, sometimes some weeks a lot more, just messages on our Facebook and emails and texts saying, how in the world do y'all have this happy marriage? Is it real? Or is it you just married on Facebook?
But we really do like each other. No, we genuinely do.
And I never dreamt that it could lead to this.
Andy, okay, are you confessing your wife's chat? I'm trying my best.
Andy.
Who is this?
I am Andy's father.
Is Andy okay?
No.
Okay, and you believe that she's beyond all help?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anybody that can step outside that they can meet with responders?
Yeah, I'll go out there.
I get a phone call from Andy, and he goes, it's bad, Cindy. And I said, what? What is it? Is something happened to Heather? He goes, she's dead. She killed herself. And I said, Andy, where was Lexi? The kids, did they see it? And he said, Lexi was the only one here and she didn't see it. And I just lost it. I'm sorry.
Don't apologize.
And Heather was like losing a child.
Had Heather ever had mental health issues? Did she ever talk about suicide?
No, never, never, never. Heather was not a person that was depressed. She would not, it doesn't make sense.
You build a bond when you're in a small community. They depend on you at the worst time of their life. This is very hard for me personally. I had a very good relationship with Andy Turner's mother and father. Curtis and Pam Turner were a role model in Paulding County. Curtis was a very powerful minister. Pam was working at Paulding County Probate Court. Dear friends of mine, their son's wife, they committed suicide. So at the end of the arrangement conference, I said, Andy, I just saw her 3 days ago, man. I said, what happened? And he said, Heather's grandfather died about a month ago. She was losing her job, and she's having custody issues with her former husband. And I'm waiting for some more why she committed suicide. I said, is that it? And he said, yes.
We have left Paulding County because our next interview is with a funeral director who was a longtime family friend of the Turners. And he lived and worked in that community for years. But now he no longer feels safe even stepping foot there. Hi, it's so nice to meet you. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Can you tell me a little bit about why you are staying anonymous on our show?
With Heather's case, there has not been an arrest made. There's a lot of things up in the air, a lot of uncertainties. Am I fear for retaliation for me talking? I have no idea. Just to be on the safe side, that's why I choose to be anonymous.
How many suicides do you think you have dealt with in your career?
Too many.
Yeah.
I could say 100 or better.
And so when Heather comes in, what are the things you're expecting to see being told it's a suicide?
100% of suicides, an individual that has shot themselves, they have a burn around the entry of where the bullet went in. I call it muzzle blast. When the bullet is ignited, all that comes out and burns the individual's head.
Mm-hmm.
Heather did not have that. When my associate, he was embalming her and working on her head, he said, I want you to explain something to me. And he pointed out right off the get-go, right up here was the entry wound, was here. I said, where's the muzzle burn at? If Heather really did shot herself, she would have had to, from a distance, used her thumb. Entry here, exit here.
So you'd have to get high enough
and
far enough away to
absolutely
not have the muzzle burn.
Yes.
But to get that trajectory.
Sure.
Have you ever seen that in your career?
Never. There's no way.
Investigators are taking a second look at the death of a Paulding County mother. Her husband says it's suicide, but investigators are now calling the death questionable.
Tonight, I spoke with the husband, Andy Turner. He says that he was not aware the investigation was being called questionable. Meanwhile, Paulding County investigators say they don't have a specific person of interest. They say at this point, everyone is being considered a person of interest.
Even though there were a lot of serious questions about this case from the very beginning, the investigation seems to have started.
Well, interestingly enough, Andy's hands were never tested for GSR. Just remember that too. The wall behind there was cleaned off as well. But the fact that his hands were never tested for GSR blows my mind. Completely blows my mind. So I'm gonna leave that there and let you guys stew on that for a minute too.
Stalled out. And so we've been working really hard to get law enforcement to talk to us about what the current status of Heather's case is. And we were finally able to get the Paulding County Sheriff's Office Public Information Officer to agree to give us an on-camera statement. And then we got a text.
This is Ashley.
Hey, Sergeant, how are you?
So I have some bad news. Our detectives have said that they want the GBI to respond to you guys instead of me. I'm sorry that it worked out this way. I thought that we had all our I's dotted and T's crossed, but what I had figured out got overruled. So
Did they give a reason why they prefer to handle it?
no, they didn't, and I really don't know.
Are they
And mind you, Paulding County has been giving these excuses throughout this whole thing for different reasons. Okay. I don't know who knows who or who don't know who, we'll figure that out. But I'm just saying, like, there's something not right with that. There's always an excuse for some reason or another that they can't do certain things. And I just don't like it. This is where this reminds me of Crystal McCrory's case, you guys, with certain things like this,
worried at all about sort of jeopardizing the investigation, or are there active things happening right now?
I mean, you guys are smart enough to know that there's obviously some concern about the way this situation occurred, and so it's not just an open and shut case. If it was, it would have been shut years ago.
You know, the case has been open for 5 years. I'm wondering what other evidence you guys are still looking for.
Well, not necessarily looking for per se, but, analyzing what was there and interviewing with all the individuals trying to make a determination on what took place. All I can do is what they'll allow me to do.
They're still working on all the stuff that they have that they've seen in the interviews and all that after 5 years, the same stuff? Come on now. Come on now. Let's be honest here.
And I can only release what they'll allow me to release.
All right, bye now.
Bye-bye.
So the GBI has gotten back to us right away. And we have an email from them saying, this particular case has been given to the DA's office. So what we have is the sheriff's department saying, no, we can no longer give you an on-camera statement because this is now in the hands of the GBI. We have the GBI saying, we've concluded our investigation and handed it off to the DA. In the meantime, Heather's friends and family have been living in limbo, and they deserve the answers that are in this investigation.
I've been waiting a long time to talk about this. Heather was my best friend and the love of my life, and I know the truth about what happened to her, and it's been covered up, and it's time that the truth comes to light.
In 2016, after years of being a stay-at-home mom, Heather got a job at the probate court, which is where her mother-in-law, Pam Turner, also worked. We're going to meet with Rob Aber. He was a co-worker of Heather's, and he should be able to give us a lot of information because she was confiding things in him during those last few weeks of her life. Rob?
Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing. I'm all right.
Oh, man, there's a lot to go through here.
Yeah.
In 2016, you're working in the probate office. At what point do you meet Heather Turner?
Summer of...
Most definitely, Cap. That would have changed out every bit of the trajectory and or the bullet travel, yes. My opinion is that Heather stepped out of the shower, was drying off, and somebody came up behind her and did it. That's what I think happened. That's my exact feeling. Definitely don't think. And that's why I think that wall behind the toilet was wiped off. Just saying. And I don't know that they tested her hands for GSR, but if they did, I think we would have heard about it. So I don't think they did. Just saying. Never said anything about her hands having GSR on them. Just saying. Keep that in there too, guys.
2016. That's when she first came to work in the office. We became really close, really good friends from the get-go. She was very sweet and kind.
Really? I'll have to look into that, Critical. The name sounds familiar. Valiente. I'll have to look into that. Thanks, Critical.
And she had a very giving personality. She was not closed off. We like the same kind of movies, music. The only thing is, she loved country music and I hate country music. And I said, oh, you're listening to that trash? And she was just like, oh, shut up. And I said, well, you know what? If you love it, I'll listen to it. I would listen to country music all day if you like it.
Is that your way of flirting with her?
Yeah. It was
either way, Cap, if it would have completely changed it either way. It was too close for it to be that far away. But yeah, there's no interview with the husband, Phil. But yeah, no, there's no way. No way. I think it was directly behind her. She got out of the shower and somebody stepped in behind her and you know what I mean? So not that I know of, Phil. Not that I know of, but that would make it completely 100% like Crystal's case. So, but not that I know of, no.
a flirtatious thing, yeah.
You and Heather are buddies, but you clearly have a crush on her.
I knew she was married, and I'm just not that kind of person. It was what it was.
So what changed?
There's one day in particular where she looked very down, and I noticed she just had this look on her face. I asked her, I said, what's going on? Is everything okay? She's just like, I just need to hold you. And I was just like, okay. And I said, what's going on? And she was just crying. After that day, we started emailing each other. We would meet up in the jury deliberation room, every day for lunch. But even at that point, it was just a flirtation.
What did you know about her marriage? Did she, as your friend, confide in you about her home life?
She would just be like, "You have no idea, Rob. He's out of his mind." She started confiding in me and telling me that she wasn't married. And I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "I've never taken vows with him." She said, "He falsified the name of the minister who was going to marry them, and he turned it."
Oh, isn't that interesting? How about that? Gotta love it.
In a probate court, and it got filed and legally binding document. And then it kind of went into hyperspeed where we were talking about the future and just we're going to be together. But then Andy got access to all of our emails. Heather told me, "Oh, all hell is broken loose in the office. Andy's over here. He's trying to get me fired. He's mad. He's accusing me of, sleeping with you or sleeping with an attorney, or he's telling me I'm doing all of this stuff."
Did you receive a call from Andy?
Yes. He said specifically that, just to let you know, this whole thing with you and Heather is a lie. We're just doing this to screw with you. This is how we have our fun. We laugh our asses off at you about this because Heather's just toying with you and she's playing with you. This is not.
So as we can all see, Andy Turner is quite the sick puppy. Okay. This is a narcissist at its best. And yeah, this is a pretty sick puppy, folks. This person. I'm not gonna call him a man just because of the way he's done. And there's more after Heather and him. Okay, just wait, it gets better. It does kind of have a little bit of the Micah Miller feeling to it too. Agreed. Good point, Critical. Good point.
Real.
That's an explosive situation.
I knew he was full of but I let him get to me.
It got in your head.
It did. I got to work that morning and I was fuming. Heather was crying and she was shaking and she was in a panic. And then I immediately sort of asked her, I said, "Is this all a game to you?" And she just said, No. This is what he does. He's trying to make you hate me. This morning he was 7 o'clock drinking tequila and he had a gun. I told her she needed to get a restraining order. She said a restraining order is not going to do any good. He knows too many people. It's not going to matter. It's not going to keep him away from me.
And remember that piece of information. He knows too many people. My understanding in the one article, that a readable article I read, that he knows higher ups. He knows law enforcement officers, attorneys, judges. His family is very well known. They all know a lot of people in this area and very well respected and liked. So once again, just like in Crystal's case, he's got friends in high places or low places, depending on how you look at it. You know what I mean? So again, and just like with Ellen's case, very well known, very well liked person. These things happen because of it. Just is disgusting to me that it works, but it happens and it works.
And I kept telling her, "Heather, he's dangerous. You're not safe."
Heather called me a couple of times and said, he's beating me, come get me. And before I could get there, she called me back crying. He says he's going to stop. Don't come, Aunt Sissy, don't come. If you come, you're just going to make it worse on me.
Exactly, Critical. It's almost like these two either knew each other or they followed each other, what they each other did. You know what I mean? So yes, very, very much alike. Exact same stuff. This guy is a textbook piece of shit. It's blatantly obvious who is protecting this guy and why. Does this guy have the Jeffrey Epps book? But I mean, there's something, Phil. It's the people he knows in the town and the people that know him. And what happens is when these people in these higher up positions, you guys know this, know each other, they have dirt on each other that they can use against each other. So they have to stay friendly with each other. You know what I'm saying? So if you were to turn on this person, they're going to use this against you, and that one will use that against you, and blah, blah, blah. It's just ridiculous. These are the dirty ass people that live around us on a daily basis. It's really sad, but this is what happens.
One time, Heather's son was over at Heather and Andy's house with their children for the weekend. And when Heather brought the son back to her ex-husband, he took off his clothes to give him a bath, and the bruises were all over his body. He immediately took him to the emergency room. The police got involved. Andy said that he played football with him. It got a little rough. And Heather ended up making an agreement that Heather's ex-husband would keep sole custody of the child so that he would be protected from Andy.
So this piece of shit beat her child as well because it wasn't his. This is my opinion, of course. They have a daughter together. So in my opinion, because of the type of person Andy is being projected as, I believe that he beat this child because it wasn't his child. We all know people like this, okay? I think that this was a control freak, narcissist, power player, as you want to call it that, whatever it was. Okay? And I think I know, being on the article, like I said, that I read, she was planning on leaving him. She was going to take their daughter and go. He found out and said, no, you're not. He showed up at her job one time, drunk, screaming and yelling about nobody leaves me, blah, 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 blah. This is the size that this guy's head was, stuff. You know what I mean? Things like that. We all have seen this picture before. We know who this person is, guys. There's many of them out there. So yeah, this woman, I mean, she's beautiful too. She could have been with anybody in anybody she ever wanted that would have treated her like a queen, like she deserved. No, she ends up with this piece of garbage. Okay. They have a child together that locked her down. That's what these people do. And because that little boy was not his biologically, he hit him. He hurt him. This just sick piece of shit. That's all he is.
That demonstrate how much she loved him or how he's brainwashed her? I don't know.
Right.
What happens right after that? Do you continue making plans to leave together?
Yeah. She was still very dedicated to getting out of there and moving things forward with us. That day started off like any normal day at work. But then we got called into the judge's office because our emails had been pulled. All of our dirty laundry, so to speak, was put out in the open. Judge was furious at us, told us, I'm going to expect that both of you are going to resign tomorrow. I told Heather, I love you. That's important to me. I don't care about this job. We can just quit. Let's just leave. Read this. This is May 3rd. She's dead May 4th.
Mm-hmm. It's 12 hours earlier.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about this letter?
Yes. This is the letter that Heather wrote me on May the 3rd. To briefly attempt a reply to your letter, I love you. I understand that you're afraid of being hurt, but please don't ever doubt how I feel about you. If I didn't see a future with you, I wouldn't waste your time. In you, I have found a...
And what I think at this point, guys, I think that the boil over here was that after this happened, or, you know, the fact that this was happened the day before, they were going to resign and be together. She was going to take her daughter, go and get away from him, and they would get new jobs or whatever. You know what I mean? But that was the case. And I think Heather was planning that. And he knew and found out and said, nope, it's not going to happen. And here we are. This is sad to me. This is disgustingly sad to me. This happens so often to so many women. And it's so heartbreaking to me. So heartbreaking to see this happen.
Love that I never knew existed. I dream constantly of where life could take us. Robbie, I honestly can't imagine life without you. Please always know I love you wholeheartedly and have no reservations about us. And, you know, she gave that to me, and it's the last thing I have from her. Does that sound like the letter of a woman who's going to kill herself the next morning?
No.
She didn't take her own life. She wasn't depressed. She was looking forward to getting away from him.
At this point, we have so many questions that can only be answered by Andy Turner. And so we have reached out to him in hopes of talking to him. But this morning...
And Andy Turner will not and refuses to talk to anybody. He won't do interviews with the police. He won't talk to anybody about this. Not at all. And in fact, within weeks, moved on into a brand new relationship. Within not even weeks, maybe week. I feel like it was going on beforehand, but that's my opinion. So there's that too.
One of our producers gets a message from him, and so I'm going to call him.
Hello, this is Andy.
Hi, Andy. This is Hillary Burton Morgan. I'm grateful that you've been in touch with our producers.
Wanted to reach out and chat with you because I know that you're actually moving forward. So I wanted to make sure that I had at least some dialogue with you to cover the right bases.
Well, I would love to hear your side of it and be able to put that out there. You mentioned that you're aware that we're here.
I knew when you walked out of the courthouse.
Who told you that?
Well, my mom works at the courthouse.
Okay.
There's a couple of things that I need to cover. Heather was never leaving.
Yeah.
So that's the stuff that you don't.
Here we go. Now, how many times have you guys seen and heard these people, these idiots do this? Heather was never leaving me. That's not true. That was not going to happen. This is all a lie that has been created for this. Right, Critical. It sounds like JP's playbook, truly. And the Micah Miller case, this guy sounds just like JP Miller. I do agree with you wholeheartedly. So yeah, that was never going to. First thing he says, she was never going to leave me. No. You're full of yourself, buddy. Way too full of yourself.
All you have is just one-sided. She's leaving, and that's what makes it some ominous story, which is not true. We're a loving, happy family, and that's what I thought it was. She asked me to call Robbie because he was harassing her at work, so I called him and asked her, not to bother her anymore. It was a very cordial conversation.
So she asked him. Heather asked Andy to call that Rob guy, whom Heather wrote a letter to and gave to him the day before she was murdered, professing her love for him and the life that she's imagining with him. So are you serious? And this guy thinks that this stuff doesn't exist. It's so unbelievably, and it's very, very common. Yes, SRB. Very common. Oh, yeah. JP is in all sorts of shit right now, and he much deserved, in my opinion.
Is that what she told you, that she was being harassed?
Yes, that's what she told me.
Why do people in this town say that you killed Heather?
Robbie and his family were just bitter. He didn't like the idea that she couldn't be in love with him.
Do you feel frustrated that law enforcement has left you in limbo like this?
I feel frustrated with law enforcement in general. There's a lot of corruptness in law enforcement, especially here. It feels like there's more of a vendetta.
Against you?
Yeah. Christopher was a good man. He was the lead detective originally. When he walked out, it was an open and closed case. Now it seems like because of social media, they don't want to close it.
Did you hear what he just said? Let me replay that for you real fast here. That was quite interesting. Listen to that last statement he said. He's talking about the first detective that was the lead on the case, which is somebody I do believe Andy was friends with. Okay? Don't quote that, but just take it. Just a minute here. Hold on. Now listen to what he just says here.
To cover the right bases.
Well, I would love to hear your side of it and be able to put that out there. You mentioned that you're aware that we're here.
I knew when you walked out of the courthouse.
Who told you that?
Well, my mom works at the courthouse.
Okay.
There's a couple of things that I need to cover. Heather was never leaving.
Yeah.
So that's the stuff that you don't have. All you have is just one-sided. She's leaving, and that's what makes it some ominous story, which is not true. We're a loving, happy family, and that's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
She asked me to call Robbie because he was harassing her at work, so I called him and asked her, not to bother her anymore. It was a very cordial conversation.
But that's not what he said. He said, just so you know, We do this to have fun. Her and I joke around and we're playing with you. It's a joke. That doesn't sound like somebody that's saying, hey, please leave my wife alone. She doesn't want to be harassed by you. So he's lying. Plus, we just read the letter that Heather wrote to this Robbie guy, professing her love for him and looking forward towards the life that they were going to have together. This is so like textbook, guys. It's ridiculous. Okay. If it's not here, I will play it for you. I have it in another place, Critical. Wait till you hear that.
Is that what she told you, that she was being hurt?
And this guy is such a pitiful little mama's boy bitch. It's not even funny. When you hear him over the phone, guys, it's bad. Oh, no problem, Critical. Absolutely. I planned on that either way. If they don't play it here, I'm going to play it for you on the other side, the other video I have.
Harassed?
Yes, that's what she told me.
Why do people in this town say that you killed Heather?
Robbie and his family were just bitter. You know, he didn't like the idea that she couldn't be in love with him.
Do you feel frustrated that law enforcement has left you in limbo like this?
I feel frustrated with law enforcement in general. There's a lot of corruptness in law enforcement, especially here. It feels like there's more of a vendetta.
Against you?
Yeah. Christopher was a good man. He was the lead detective originally. When he walked out, it was open and closed case. Now it seems like because of social media, they don't want to close it.
His friend was taken off the case, okay? And that was what was, I think, in my opinion, that's what I think was keeping the doors closed on this. So when that happened, now all of a sudden it's social media's fault. That's why they don't want to close the case now.
The coroner's report is still unresolved, and it does not check a box, whether it's suicide or homicide. And until that happens, people are going to continue to talk. So can you tell me a little bit about what you're doing to try to get that resolution?
I'm not doing anything with Lindsay. I wouldn't stick my nose in any of that. It's not my place.
I'm sorry, did you say Lindsay?
Yeah, Lindsay Eberhardt's
Okay,
the coroner.
right.
I grew up with Lindsay.
Oh, you know Lindsay?
Yeah.
I grew up with Lindsay. That's interesting. How about that? I'm sure he's probably had an affair with her too. Just saying. Don't, listen to these little things, guys. It'll give you the red flags are popping up left and right. It's crazy.
I knew her father, Jeff. They're good people, and I know she made some mistakes on this, but I wouldn't dare call her to even try to discuss it.
Well, one of those things that people keep bringing up is the fact that the bullet was never recovered. Do you know what that's about?
It definitely was. Yeah, it definitely was. It never exited.
Coroner stated that there was an exit wound possibly on the other side of her head. But now the bullet was never found, and he says it never exited. This is what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah. That I believe. I do. I believe. And I've seen that before, too. Absolutely critical.
I mean, it seems like there's simple stuff that happens at every scene that should have been easy to figure out here.
Yeah, I don't want to get too far into the weeds with you. I'm just trying to help you understand the overall. So when you paint the picture, that you understand that you don't have the facts, or at least all of them. You have slivers of truth that has been distorted.
The abuse that Heather reported to friends and loved ones, what can you tell me about that?
Yeah, say all of that I'm extremely disappointed to read, and I still say that I don't believe that comes from her. I think that's them making stuff up.
She definitely wrote about it in
Okay, SRB, thanks for being here, hon. I appreciate you. Be safe out there.
emails. Did you read those emails?
I saw some emails. I don't believe those come from her.
There are photos of her son's battered body. And so if you could walk me through that.
Yeah, I don't want all of that was handled way back then, and she even handled that and was part of that. I don't want to address that one.
Are there records that we can take a look at just on our end to make sure we're not portraying anything inaccurately?
Yeah, I mean, she went and talked to them, and they closed it. Nothing ever happened because she went and told them what happened that day.
I thought the court took her son out of your home and wouldn't let him come back.
No, that is 100% inaccurate. That never happened. The court was never involved. Never took him out.
I mean, there's a court. There's documents, Andy, that it went through the court.
And I see when people tell you stuff that's false, it's bad. It's been extremely heartbreaking. Nobody understands what it looks like from our eyes.
If this was resolved and it was finally, if the sheriff's department, if the coroner finally checked a box.
Did you see what he just did? He denied that the court said no, he can't go back there. There are documents, okay, that Heather, her ex-husband, the child's father, and the courts did. He just completely ignored what she said about the documents being there and just went right around it and made it his own thing. So, I mean, this guy is completely out there. I'm surprised. I'm truly surprised, Critical, that hasn't come yet. I got to be honest with you. I thought that would be first. Same with Micah Miller and a few other cases we've looked at too.
That this would resolve itself for you?
The truth and the facts are there. And then there's people making up stories that's quite hurtful. And I'm getting death threats. My kids are been harassed at school, and I've been slandered and defamed bad. People on Facebook want to make up stories. I don't know whose friend to throw. Our family is writing a book and a movie about what we've gone through, we experienced from our side. Mm-hmm. So I want to be careful with what I say.
Well, look, if you could reach out to your lawyers and let them know this production would love to have some on-camera time with you.
I'll reach out to them, but I wanted you to have at least a heart knowledge of where we're coming from.
Great.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Bye. If I were him and the whole town thought I was a murderer, I would be on the police's ass. Like, disclose this information, show the autopsy, close the case, call it a suicide so that my kids can leave the house. Andy's story as to why Heather's case is still open and has not been declared a suicide is that there's a conspiracy against him. But meanwhile, you have all these members of the community who firmly believe her death was not a suicide, and they point to Andy's own actions right after Heather's death as further proof of their suspicions.
A nanny's allegations against a former youth pastor. Meantime, police are investigating his wife's death.
I was lonely, and she was.
Did you hear that, Critical? A former youth pastor. Surprise.
There.
Within a couple weeks after Heather's death, Andy started dating Christy Chubb, Heather and Andy's nanny. She lived in the home with Andy, kind of raised the kids.
Telling you, this is why I think that this had been going on the whole time. I believe that him and this nanny were doing their thing for a while, guys. Truly believe that was happening.
Kids dressed matching outfits with Lexi and started their new family. And it wasn't long until Andy began abusing her as well.
I am setting a compliance hearing.
A Paulding County judge has now granted Chubb a permanent restraining order against Turner.
He choked me and was choking me really hard and said that he could kill me right now.
He was putting these children who still haven't healed through new relationships and all of that chaos right after Heather had died.
He had me laying on my stomach one time and he...
Okay, trigger warning on this one. Guys, I'm going to be honest with you. This is completely degrading and disgusting. So I'm just going to give you a little trigger warning on this next statement she makes. This is insane. This tells you who this piece of shit truly is.
told me I should hold Heather's ashes. That way he could be having sex with both of us.
We asked him about that allegation specifically.
He told you that?
Yes.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Wow. All right.
In court.
I believe it. I truly, wholeheartedly believe it. And he can deny it all he wants, but I believe that. Who's going to make something like that up? Come on. That's disgusting and sick. So I don't believe a woman would ever make something like that up. I'm sorry, I just don't. Him, sure. I could see that being said out of his dirty ass mouth. 100%.
Court listening to the proceedings were the deputies investigating the death of Heather Turner, the former youth pastor's wife.
Why the district attorney at that time, which was Dick Donovan, did not investigate this, I cannot answer that question. But this is Fulton County, Georgia. Everybody knows everybody.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
We have gotten more information from the GBI. They have now informed us that they turned over their investigation in December of 2019. So the Paulding County DA has had it for years.
At the tone, please record your message.
Now, the DA who was in charge at that time.
Now, we do remember where his mommy works. Okay? Mommy works for the court system. Remember that. That's a big one. Real big one. Just saying.
Dick Donovan was subsequently charged with unprofessional conduct and dismissed. And the new DA was only recently officially appointed by the governor in March of 2022. Hi, Mr. Rollins. My name is Hillary Burton Morgan, and I'm in town with a production from Sundance. We are covering the Heather Turner case, and I would so appreciate any help on your end. If this was a suicide, it would be so easy to open up that file, see the GBI's determination, and say, guys, case closed. It's a suicide. The fact that they haven't done that makes me question what is in that investigation.
I want the truth. If it's a suicide, call it a suicide. Close the case. Let's all get on with our lives and start maybe healing our hearts. But they can't call it a suicide because it was not.
Is there anybody else in the residence with you? Is it just you?
Oh, I got my baby daughter here.
The 911 call, he talks about Lexi being asleep and nobody knows what's going on except for him.
Andy, where is your daughter? Is she asleep?
She was asleep on the couch in the living room.
So an 8-year-old little girl sleeping on the couch 35 feet away did not hear a gun go off and wake up? I couldn't sneeze around my kids when they were that age without them waking up if they were laying anywhere near us. I just don't believe that. Sorry.
On the news, Lexi walked in right after it all happened. She seen her mother laying there.
My daughter and I heard a noise and ran to the door, and that's what we found.
The stories don't match.
And then there's this, nearly 12 minutes into the 911 call.
Andy, this is Mother.
Turner says 2 minutes before he dialed 911, he called his parents who lived 10 minutes away.
So he called his mommy and daddy first, okay, before dialing 911. There's that again.
Andy called his parents before he called 911. That doesn't make sense.
If I came home and found my wife in that condition, the first thing I would do, call 911.
The coroner's report says Turner was found naked, her hair still wet.
Shower off.
You're turning the shower off?
I can hear you.
I question.
He's turning the shower off. Her hair was... I wonder if he did it while she was in the shower. Hoping that the blood would wash down the drain. You know what I mean? This is just another... I forgot about that. I didn't hear that part before. Huh. Interesting. Okay.
The entire shower scenario. Why even take a shower if you know what your intent is?
I'm gonna write, I'm sorry I love you, and then shower, and then commit suicide. Or wait, did I shower and then write the note? Like, this doesn't work.
Blasted shot herself in the bathroom.
Your wife, where did she shoot herself?
in the head.
If someone's going to shoot suicide, normally they're going to put the gun up to their temple. Heather's case, the entry wound was up here. There's no way to get your finger in a trigger inside and turn that muzzle.
Okay, my apologies, folks. The way I read it in the article was they said behind the ear, so it was up here. So even better yet, how did you do that? And the trajectory go upward is the way they explained it in the thing. So that's even worse, okay? The article said it was behind the ear, so my apologies for misinforming you. So yeah, that's even worse to me. No. No, 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 no. Good Lord, no. Jesus.
It would be impossible. Also, where's the bullet, buddy? Where's the bullet?
No bullet was recovered. Also, it noted that there was alcohol present on one of the nightstands in the bedroom, and a wall near the toilet had appeared to be washed.
The crime scene was not processed properly. Things got cleaned. Like, if it's suicide, don't touch a thing. Get them in here. Let's prove this. It's in everyone's best interest.
Okay, we have heard back from the DA, and I'm even more confused. He said it's not true that law enforcement has concluded their investigation. He says that the case is still open and that he's just there to support investigators' efforts. And so we're right back at square one. Everyone tells us to go talk to somebody else.
And again, going back to what Critical said, I'm sorry I keep interrupting this, but I want to explain my thoughts on this as we're going through this, you guys. Because this one pisses me off so bad. Like Critical said a little bit ago, how are you writing a book and then putting together a movie if this is still an open case? That's not even legal from my understanding. I don't believe it shouldn't be, at least, especially in a case like this. Although I could be wrong. I think there's things that you're not supposed to do during an open investigation. So that's just another thought too. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's okay. It's just my thought tells me, based on previous things we've looked at, that you're not supposed to do that. So I don't know.
I'm very concerned that this will be shelved until we die, and then they'll close the case when there's no more Team Heather.
Everyone surrounding this case says that they want answers. Heather's family, members of the community, Andy Turner says that he can't live a normal life with this hanging over his head. And the fact that all these years later, it's just sitting there. It is a disservice to this community. It's a disservice to Heather's loved ones. And it's a disservice to Heather.
All right, so there's that. Excuse me. I'm going to pull up this other thing. I want you guys to hear the call to his mommy. Okay. This is it's so overly pathetic. It really is. Let me get to it here. Hold on. Give me just one moment, everybody. Okay, we're almost there. Hold on. All right, hold on.
1981. At the age of 35, Heather was married to a former associate pastor named Andy Turner and working at the local probate office as a deputy clerk in Paulding County, Georgia. She was described as full of personality with a great sense of humor and was said to be an all-around amazing woman. Heather's son from a previous relationship arrived back to his father's care with bruises and was taken to the hospital. Andy admitted to being rough with the baby, and the judge ordered Andy to no longer be around the child. While Heather's ex-husband would keep her son safe, she had a daughter to protect that she shared with Andy. Andy was allegedly abusive toward Heather as well, and she had told family and friends she was planning to leave him. In fact, she sat with the local probate judge while Heather told the judge she was leaving Andy the very next day. The judge encouraged her to get a restraining order, but Heather said that would make matters worse. The next day, May 4th, 2017, at 6 a.m., Andy called 911 and told the dispatcher that as soon as his wife finished her morning shower, she shot herself in the bathroom while still wet and nude. Andy said that he was in the bedroom when he heard the gunshot. He can then be heard on the 911 call telling the dispatcher that he was getting Heather out of the shower, turning the water off, and then allegedly attempting CPR.
Hang on.
For some reason, Andy strangely contacted his parents, who lived 10 or 15 minutes away, before he ever called 911. He initially claimed to have discovered his wife at 5:30 a.m., but didn't call 911 until 6 a.m., and the incident time on the officer's report would read 5:30 a.m. as well. His father even got on the phone with the dispatcher, and when asked if she was past being saved, he said yes. The scene was not investigated, and her body was quickly removed from the home so the school bus could navigate through the emergency vehicles. The angle of the wound was back behind her right ear, angled down, and was not in the typical area of self-infliction. There were also no contact burns from the gun. Law enforcement's standard procedure for gunshot deaths is to treat them all initially as a homicide, rope off the scene, have people interviewed, and have names logged until it is later determined to be self-inflicted. In addition, Andy's hands were allegedly never tested for gunshot residue. Heather was quickly cremated, and her death certificate does not state self-inflicted or homicide and instead reads undetermined. The coroner's report states that Heather was found on her back on the bathroom floor and that the wall near the toilet appeared to have been washed. At the time of the incident, the couple's 8-year-old daughter was on the couch in the next room. Heather's loved ones said not only would Heather not do this to herself, but she definitely wouldn't have done it with her daughter in the next room. A note was discovered that read, "I'm sorry, I love you," but her family says Heather often wrote little notes like that. That note was allegedly passed off as being recent, but her family says it was most likely written sometime in the past. 30 days before her death, Andy allegedly showed up to Heather's job at the probate office, angry and drinking, and was removed by a deputy. Andy allegedly said he would see Heather buried before he would allow her to leave him. Although her husband said she took her own life, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation have called her death questionable. Her friends and family continue to shed light on Heather's story with hopes of seeing this case resolved so they can begin their healing process. Heather's longtime friend, Joni Miller, and her husband, Jeremy Miller, who starred in the 1980s hit show Growing Pains, said they know Heather didn't take her own life and continue to seek justice. There are also people who believe that in the 911 call, you can hear him in the background saying, "Mama, I killed her." I'm going to play the audio so y'all can let me know what you think.
At least 2 inches, okay? Take a deep breath for me, Andy. Andy, take a deep breath, okay? You still want to keep doing compressions.
Andy is now being accused of physical abuse and indecent assault by his former nanny and girlfriend, 27-year-old Christy Chupp.
Christy says that she and Andy began dating several weeks after Heather's death. At the same time, she began working for Andy as a nanny to his children. Soon into their relationship, though, is when the alleged abuse started. Painfully bending her fingers back, hair pulling, and twisting her arm are just some of the abuse Christy says she received from Andy. She said she also received death threats and a black eye after he hit her. During one intimate encounter, she alleges that he ordered her to lie on her stomach and told her to hold Heather's ashes so he could simultaneously be with both of them. She has now been granted a restraining order against him following the accusations. Andy told Channel 2 he couldn't talk with them because he's under contract for a book and a movie about the case. He has also allegedly refused over the past 5 years to be formally interviewed by the sheriff's office. Authorities state that Andy is not a suspect, but he hasn't been ruled out either. Andy continues to deny the allegations, and as of January 2023, this case remains unsolved. Blake Tyler Chappell was born on February 7, 1994, and lived in Georgia. At the age of 17, Blake was described as a very friendly individual who never met a stranger. He also loved being the center of attention and was someone that everyone loved to be around. He had an infectious laugh, was easygoing, and was always willing to help the people he cared about. Blake loved riding his dirt bike on the trails near his home and loved skateboarding, drawing, and playing Guitar Hero. Blake was an East Coweta high school student interested in someday becoming a TV anchor or a lawyer. On October 15, 2011, his mother, Melissa Chappell, drove him to Kohl's to pick out a tie for a school dance. Afterward, Melissa drove him to his girlfriend Ryan's house on Avondale Circle in the Parks of Olmsted subdivision. At about 5:30 p.m., Ryan's mom, Shannon, drove Blake and Ryan to a sushi restaurant for dinner and then afterward dropped them both off at the school's homecoming dance. Sometime around 10:30 p.m., Ryan's mother picked the couple up from the dance and brought them back to her home, where they watched a movie and hung out. At around 11:30 p.m., Shannon drove Blake to his friend Austin Harmon's house. Once there, Blake used the house phone to call his mom and clarify that he could stay the night. She agreed, but under the condition that they stay there and not leave. His phone, which he had gotten only a week before, only had a text messaging plan, although he could dial 911. He told his mother during a phone call that he had a great time dancing and spending time with his friends at the dance. She had no way of knowing that would be the last time she would ever talk to her son again. As teens do, Blake and Austin quickly decided to walk to the BP gas station at the entrance to Summer Grove. They were hoping to buy some cigarettes even though they were both underage. But the store was closed and the two walked back. Austin said they got back to his house shortly after midnight. Ryan received a text message about 2 a.m. from Blake saying he was coming to her house, something they already planned ahead of time. When Austin found out about his plan, the two of them got into an argument. Blake then left Austin's house and walked the 3.2 miles back to Ryan's house. He arrived at her house sometime around 4:30 a.m. wearing black pants and a white hoodie. He sneaked in through her bedroom window, but was soon caught by Ryan's grandmother, who then went and told Shannon. At around 5 a.m., Blake started to walk back to Austin's house. As he was walking, he sent several text messages to Ryan's mother apologizing for the incident. Then, minutes later, at about 5:30 a.m., Blake sent a text to Ryan explaining that he had been stopped by a police officer who had asked where he was going and had asked for his ID and mentioned he was near a bridge. Minutes later, the final text came through saying it was cold out, and then Blake vanished. It would later be found out that the Georgia State Patrol, the Coweta County Sheriff's Office, and other agencies in the area had no record of the supposed stop and said it was standard procedure for all officers to call in when a stop is made. It's also standard procedure to ask for identification, but there were no records of anything relating to Blake. There are two main paths that Blake could have taken that night. One along Lower Fayetteville Road, and the other along Summer Grove Parkway. Blake, however, was unfamiliar with the Summer Grove area, and the common consensus among police and friends is that Blake was walking along Lower Fayetteville Road, the easiest way for him to get back to Austin's house. Based on various walking speeds from Ryan's house, investigators believe Blake was in the vicinity of the creek that runs beneath those two parallel roads when he sent his last text. At night, the area along Lower Fayetteville is very dark, with heavy vegetation coming almost up the roadway. Shannon would later say she regretted not driving Blake back to Austin's house. Early on the morning Blake went missing, Shannon began questioning whether Blake made it to Austin's house and contacted Austin's mother, who tried to wake Austin up at 9 a.m. When Austin woke up at 9:30 a.m., he did not see Blake anywhere. Shannon and Ryan started driving around, looking for any signs of Blake. Shannon's husband, Matt, met up with Austin at 11 a.m. and started searching the nearby woods. At about 11 a.m., Austin flagged down a police car driving by and explained that his friend was missing. The officer called Blake's mom and told her that her son was missing and she should file a missing persons report. During the search, a BP gas station clerk was shown a picture of Blake. The clerk recognized Blake as a guy who bought tea and a pack of crackers at the store around 7:30 a.m. The clerk remembered Blake asking when the store opened. If the clerk is correct, Blake was still alive at 7:30 a.m., but officers stated that the kid resembled Blake instead. There had been other potential sightings by friends out searching for Blake, but police don't believe anyone actually saw him. Blake's mother said that when her son first went missing, she asked police repeatedly to triangulate his phone, but she has no idea if they ever did. Investigators said they pulled phone records, but not necessarily triangulation. The investigator also said it didn't appear that their agency had any contact with Blake that night, so who did? In the summer of 2011, Blake was living briefly in Clayton County at the Hunter Ridge Trailer Park in Jonesboro. He was dating another girl at the time, a 16-year-old named Skylar. In May 2011, she ran away from home after an argument with her mother, leaving her cell phone behind, and went to find Blake. Her mother and stepfather Earl went out to look for her. Meanwhile, Blake was riding a bicycle, saw Skylar, and was giving her a ride to call her mother when her stepfather attacked him. A witness said Earl went up to some nearby people, raised his shirt to reveal a gun, and asked where Blake was. Numerous witnesses told officers that Earl grabbed his stepdaughter, put her in the trunk of his vehicle, and drove off. However, the then-girlfriend refuted this claim. Soon after, Blake was carried by friends to the nearest phone and called 911, and then was treated for cuts and a concussion. When police arrived at the scene, Blake told them that Earl and another man had hit him in the face, thrown him to the ground, and then kicked him twice in the face. It's unclear what happened after that, as Blake and the girlfriend did not continue seeing each other, but the cop that investigated the incident was a friend of Earl's. Instead of arresting the men for assaulting Blake, they allegedly turned it back on Blake and had him put in the Clayton County Jail for 17 days before he was released. According to court records, on July 1st, a warrant was issued by Clayton County Police against Blake for interfering with custody, a misdemeanor, because although he was 17 and Skylar was 16, he was viewed as an adult legally in this case, and she was viewed as a child and in his custody after she ran away. Blake was booked on June 2nd, spent 16 days in jail trying to raise bond, and was finally released on a $2,500 signature bond on June 18th. Pre-trial and related court matters occurred with a final court date set for October 24, 2011, over a week after Blake went missing. On that date, the prosecution decided to drop the case. The prosecutors spoke to the girlfriend, who confessed to running away and said Blake did nothing wrong and had actually encouraged her to go back home. His mother said she received a phone call from Blake's attorney to tell her that the stepfather told the judge he would drop the case provided he never saw Blake again. The homecoming dance was the first time he had gotten to hang out since he was released from jail. Melissa wanted to ensure he was safe, so they packed up and moved to Sonoy. She also refused to let him have any contact with his friends from that county, worried Earl might try and assault him again. Nearly 2 months after he went missing, on December 19th, 2011, his mother got the call that her little boy had been found dead in a small creek that runs alongside the driving range at Summer Grove Golf Club near the bridge at Summer Grove Parkway. Strangely, when Blake was found, he was only wearing his underwear and had suffered a close-range gunshot wound. Investigators could never locate any other clothing articles, including Blake's hoodie, pants, or shoes that he was wearing when he left Ryan's house. They were also never able to find his cell phone, wallet, ID, or backpack. To this day, his mother, Melissa, has never been allowed to identify Blake's body. Noonan PD identified Blake by his piercings and tattoo. They even went as far as having a guard stand watch to ensure Melissa could never lift the sheet to see his body. She was only allowed to touch his foot or leg over the sheet. Since the beginning of the investigation, authorities have wrestled with one key question. How would anyone know where Blake was at that particular time? No one knew what path he would take and when he would be where he was. Police have pulled the messages of everyone who was in contact with Blake during the last hours of his life. They have not found anything that answers that question. They also determined the only texts Blake sent after 5 a.m. were to Ryan's phone. Since no one but Ryan's parents knew where he was that night, investigators are leaning toward the possibility that the killing was random. One theory is that Blake might have been the victim of a robbery, but that scenario does not wash with family and friends. Melissa, Shannon, and others are adamant that someone who knew Blake was involved. Ryan's stepfather was given a lie detector test and passed. His girlfriend and her family were all questioned by police, and none of them were named suspects. Some believe that his ex-girlfriend Skylar played a part in his death. Their theory is that she lured him out through a mutual friend because he would have tried to help her if she had led him to believe she needed help. Blake's only known enemy at the time was Earl, who said he never wanted to see Blake again. There are also allegations that Earl made threats about killing Blake. Authorities have never revealed the exact caliber gun used and said that Earl has been cleared as a suspect. However, as of January 2023, no one has ever been arrested or named a suspect, and this case remains unsolved.
they had a case that we really needed to be looking into. In 2017, a young mother, Heather Turner, 35 years old, super active in the church, she's found dead. It's reported that it's a suicide, and yet, 5 years later, her death is still an open case in this town, still under investigation, and the cause of her death is still undetermined. And there are a number of people in this town that really feel like there's so much more to this story.
Woman was found shot to death in the bathroom of her Paulding County home. The case is now getting renewed attention. It was recently profiled on a national crime show, and tonight police tell us it is an active investigation. Channel 2's Justin Wilfon joins us now live from Paulding County. And Justin, the big question here is whether this was suicide or possibly homicide.
Yeah, Wendy, that really has been the big question since day one in this ongoing case. But tonight here at the Paulding County Sheriff's Office, they're hopeful they could be getting a little closer to that answer.
Nothing makes sense, and I do not believe that she committed suicide.
The aunt of Heather Turner, a woman found shot to death in the bathroom of her Paulding County home, strongly believes her niece was killed.
Anyone would not shower and then shoot themselves when they are wet and naked.
The only other known adult in the home that day in May of 2017 was Turner's husband, a pastor in the community. Her husband called 911 claiming his wife died by suicide. But 5 years later, the Paulding County Sheriff's Office still isn't convinced.
Right now, the death investigation for Heather Turner is still an open and active investigation. I feel like we've got more intelligent information about this case now than we ever have, really, to be honest.
Paulding County Sheriff's Office Sergeant Ashley Henson told me the department still doesn't classify the case as either suicide or homicide. He told me more cooperation from Turner's husband could help them resolve it one way or the other.
We would love an opportunity for him to come in and speak with us. That's something that has not occurred. We've not had a formal interview, and we would love for that to happen.
So we decided to call him. Just wondering if I could talk with you for a few minutes. He told me he couldn't because he's under contract for a book and a movie about the case. Wouldn't just want to tell us, if you had anything to do with what happened. He told me that was a silly question, but it's also a question Henson told me he's determined to find the answer to.
We want justice one way or the other for what took place. If it was a suicide, if it was a homicide, whatever the case is, we want to give this family some closure.
But Heather's family strongly believes that the sheriff's office is not moving fast enough. They say 5 years is way too long to wait. We also want to make it very clear tonight that Heather's husband has never been called a suspect in this case. Wendy?
A lot of my friends that said, man, you outpunted your coverage when you married Heather. But see, what they don't realize is that I chased her until she caught me. Why are you laughing at that?
We didn't get to talk very often. And I would say, Heather, I want to see you. And she would say, I know, I miss you too, Aunt Sissy. I'll talk to Andy. But I kept seeing on Facebook these photos of the family and matching football shirts or, some theme and travel and all that. And I was just thinking, well, maybe they do have a pretty good life.
We're getting about 5 to 6, sometimes some weeks a lot more, just messages on our Facebook and emails and texts saying, how in the world do y'all have this happy marriage? Is it real? Or is it you just married on Facebook?
But we really do like each other. No, we genuinely do.
And I never dreamt that it could lead to this.
Andy and Heather Turner Facebook post. Dated November 12, 2015. Heather writes, so Andy had been out of town on a business trip, and I somehow managed to confuse the date he was due back. He picked up on my mistake quickly, but didn't correct me as he decided to use that to his advantage and surprise me. Most husbands would simply come through the door and say, honey, I'm home. Oh no. Not my husband. He sends me a text at 10:30 p.m. asking me to go out to the car and hunt a business card so that he can call a customer the next morning. So I throw on a robe, flip on the porch light, and head to the car. While I'm sitting there searching for a make-believe business card, I hear the front door creak open. I assumed it was probably my cat going inside, but I stopped what I was doing and went to check anyway. The front door was open much wider than it would have been if a cat had slipped in. I went inside and then heard the cat outside on the porch. At this point I'm freaked out. I had just watched Taken and my only thought was, oh my God, Someone is coming to get Lexi. So I dashed through the living room to get to her bedroom and stop whatever kidnapping my mind was creating, and my wonderful husband, who was hiding in the corner, grabs me from behind, covers my mouth, and begins to drag me backwards. Keep in mind, I still had
No,
no
sorry, you
idea who was
guys. I'm
him.
sorry. I'm
I
sorry.
freaked out.
Yeah, I did this
Cut
on
him
purpose. I
off.
just wanted you to see
Grab
this
your
right
gun
here.
was the only thing going
Sorry.
through my head.
I should have warned you.
However, the only person I managed to hurt was me when I hit myself in the eye while elbowing my dear husband in the face. Laughter. I hear laughter, and I now know that my intruder is none other than Andy Turner. He lets me go, and
Sorry, you
fear turned
guys.
to anger as I called him every ungodly
I
name
had
I
it
could
set
think
to
of.
roll into this
And
anyway,
anger
but
turned
somebody
into
came to
some
my door
unnamed
too, so my
emotion, and I
apologies.
started crying. I stood there doubled over laughing. 20
I wanted
minutes
you to be able
later,
to
I'm
read
still in
this
the
here,
fetal
and then that was going
position,
to be
and he's
it.
still laughing. He's in big trouble. Heather.
Why are you laughing, babe? What's funny?
Nothing, Doc.
What's funny? Tell me what's funny.
I'm just happy. Can I gotta be happy?
Why are you happy?
Can I be in a good mood?
Why are you in a good mood? What causes just this unprovoked laughter while you're laying in your recliner?
You know, sometimes
Just tell me.
I think back and just remember events from my life that I enjoyed.
And what would you be remembering right now, dear? Tell me what you're remembering.
That I'm a cat. Well,
you're lucky to be alive because
no. I'm not lucky because not only did you punch yourself and hit nobody else.
Well,
if I would have been an attacker, you would have beat yourself up for me.
No, that's an attack method. That's an attack method. And then the attacker would be like, oh, she crazy. She hitting herself in the face. Let her go, guys. Let her go. And then I go get my gun and I shoot you in the head.
How was you going to go get your gun?
I was going to get away.
Oh, you was?
Yeah.
By hitting yourself? That's a great plan.
Jesus is not happy with you today.
Yeah.
Jesus is not happy.
Jesus loves me, and I have a unique set of skills.
You have a unique sense of humor is what you have. You should be ashamed
You're
and
a sick
crying. I
person,
had to
yes,
ask
you
God
are.
to forgive me for cussing at you.
I love you.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
Shut up.
Those were really the only things I wanted to show you after the call. Did you hear the 911 call, so on and so forth? I don't know if you guys heard him say, Mama, I killed her within the 911 call, or not the 911 call, the call to his mother. I'm sorry. They linked the two together. That's why I keep saying that. Where his mom and dad were on the phone, and then he called 911 too. So, yes, that is the weird banter he was talking about. Right. That's why I wanted to show you guys that. So, at this point, guys, I have my own feelings and thoughts on this. That's pretty much it for that goes, and plus Noodle's live too, and I don't want to hold anybody back from that per se. It looks like a bunch of people may have gone already. I have my thoughts. Are you talking about the call, Phil? Okay, hold on. Hold on 1 minute, guys. Let me get back to it real quick. My apologies. Like I said, somebody had come to my door and I didn't get to get back to it quick enough, or I'd have stopped it for you then. Hold on. No, it won't let me get into it. Hold on. I'm here. I'm trying to get back in that video, guy. Sorry, you guys. I'm still here. I'm trying to get back into this video we watched that had the call to his mom in it, and it keeps freezing on me. All right, let's go here. I'm so sorry about this. I know I say I'm sorry too much, but I feel bad when when things don't go right. I'm sorry. Okay. You gonna let me do it now? Hold on.
Hold Heather's ashes so
Hold
he
up.
could
Here we go.
simultaneously be with both of them. She has now been granted a restraining order against him following the accusations. Andy told Channel 2 he couldn't talk with them because he's under contract for a book and a movie about the case. He has also allegedly refused over the past 5 years to be formally interviewed by the sheriff's office. Authorities state that Andy is not a suspect, but he hasn't been ruled out either. Andy continues to deny the allegations, and as of January 2023, that he was getting Heather out of the shower, turning the water off, and then allegedly attempting CPR. For some reason, Andy strangely contacted his parents.
Okay, can you guys hear this okay? I was thinking about maybe slowing it down for you guys. Might be easier because it's hard to tell. I agree a little bit.
Who lived 10 or 15 minutes away before he ever called 911. He initially claimed to have discovered his wife at 5:30 a.m., but didn't call 911 until 6 a.m. And the incident time on the officer's report would read 5:30 a.m. as well. His father even got on the phone with the dispatcher, and when asked if she was past being saved, he said yes. The scene was not investigated, and her body was quickly removed from the home so the school bus could navigate through the emergency vehicles. The angle of the wound was back behind her right ear, angled down, and was.
Do you see why I got that confused earlier? Because this is how they played it earlier, and then we're told by law enforcement it was up here. So sorry again for the.
Was not in the typical area of self-infliction. There were also no contact burns from the gun. Law enforcement's standard procedure for gunshot deaths is to treat them all initially as a homicide, rope off the scene, have people interviewed, and have names logged until it is later determined to be self-inflicted.
I'm trying to get back to that call, you guys. Hold on, bear with me.
We're almost
Done here.
To a former associate pastor named Andy Turner and working at the local probate office as a deputy clerk in Paulding County, Georgia. She was described as full of personality with a great sense of humor and was said to be an all-around amazing woman. Heather's son from a previous relationship arrived back, sat with the local probate judge 10 or 15 minutes away before he ever called 911. He initially claimed to have discovered his wife at 5:30 a.m., but didn't call 911 until 6 a.m., and the incident time on the officer's report would read 5:30 a.m. as well. His father even got on the phone with the dispatcher, and when asked if she was past being saved, he said yes. The scene was not investigated, and her body was quickly removed from the home so the school bus could navigate through the emergency vehicles. The angle of the wound was back behind her right ear, angled down, and was not in the typical area of self-infliction. There were also no contact burns from the gun. Law enforcement quickly cremated, and her death certificate does
Why
not
can I not find
state
this?
self-inflicted in the next room. Heather's loved ones said not only would Heather not do this to herself, but she definitely wouldn't have done it with her daughter and like that. Heather's job at the probate office.
Hang on.
The Georgia Bureau of Investigation have called her death questionable. Her friends and family continue. There are also people who believe that in the 911 call, you can hear him
Here we
in the
go.
background saying, "Mama, I killed her." I'm going to play the audio so y'all can let me
Here we
know
go.
what you think.
At least 2 inches, okay? Take a deep breath for me, Andy. Oh my God. Andy, take a deep breath, okay? You still want to keep doing compressions.
Andy,
I know it's very hard to hear, but that's what they're saying that he said. They're believing that it's a possibility he said that. So I don't believe he did any compressions, to be honest with you, SRB. Same scenario with Ellen Greenberg. So it says here, mom killed her is what that they're saying that said on there. So I don't know. It's up to what you guys interpret it in. So I don't know. I don't believe that he did it compressions, in my opinion. That's just me. So that's what there is, guys. So anyway, that's it. And I'm gonna come back to this down the road, of course, because I want to see if there's anything new that comes out of this. But I can't believe that it's been nothing, and it just bugs the hell out of me. If he did, he would be in cuffs already. Well, like I said, it's not clear, so you can't really prove that, in my opinion. So I don't know. Either way, I appreciate you guys joining me today. Sorry that this went over a little longer than I thought it would. It's my fault because I stopped throughout this whole thing because this case is really bugging me. So anyway, for those of you that are still here, please, if you will, make sure you jump over, support Doodlebug's video if you can. I hope you guys enjoyed these today. Well, not enjoyed, but found these interesting as I did today because they both definitely needed some airplay, in my opinion. So please and thank you for being here. I appreciate you very much. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. I will be in here a little bit later, guys. So if you're not doing nothing, stop on by. I'd love to see you again. Thank you to the Blue Crew so very much. Much love, everybody, and I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Diego's got the fight. the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Through the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. Cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. His channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waves. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and lawless, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Tangle the genuine, he'll always give it his all. Dangle's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness.